Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Okay, hello, hi there. Hello, everyone. It's Eleanor Grace here, and I'm with you today. I hope you're doing well. I hope the weather's great there. I hope you're all enjoying everything about your life. And I'm just here to connect with you using my cards, my crystal. I've got my honey crystal that is here today. Now, we're using the crystal ball really to link in and to give you a quick peek into the crystal ball, see what's ahead, see what's in your life, what's in your future, see how things are moving forward for you. And it's a very, very special time, isn't it? Because we're just coming up to Valentine's. We've got Valentine's just around the corner. And we are looking very, very much at your love life. How are things going? If you're married, how's that trucking along? Are you single? Are you looking for a partner? Are you wanting to reconnect with somebody who has been in your life previously and somebody that perhaps you just really need to talk to? Somebody that you need to see again. And all of these factors are really, really important for you to be able to just concentrate on who you are and to get your life moving forward as well. Now, I'll be using my cards. I'm a natural psychic medium. These are tarot cards. Everybody knows pretty much now what tarot cards are, but how they're used in clairvoyance and with psychic connections is really to use the triggers here of the pictures that are on each of the cards. One represents you, one represents what's happening as well in your future. Now, we've got all hearts, cupids, love arrows, and everything that you really want is going to happen. Now, we can see all of those in the cards as well. I think we've got Amy on the line. Hello there, Amy. I think you're Pennsylvania, is that right? You're through to Eleanor Grace. Hi there, hi, and how are you today?
Good, how are you?
All right, okay, not bad. Let's see what we can see here for you, here, Amy. Just cut the cards and just going for number 2. I like to choose number 1, 2, or 3, just cutting the cards here in the middle. And the very first card that you have is this chap here who's riding high with success, an elevated person. Now, that means that you may have somebody around you in your life who is quite egotistical, perhaps a little bit arrogant, a person that thinks a lot of for himself. That's nothing wrong with that. You know, sometimes we need extra confidence to boost ourselves and project ourselves back into life, back into the world. And this is one of those times now where you will be concentrating a great deal onto that passageway in the future. So you're going to reconnect with this man. You're going to have conversations. Maybe they're heartfelt ones, maybe not, but you will have deep and meaningful conversations. So is that somebody that's in your life now or has left your life, Amy?
It could be both, actually.
Right, okay. So you have a man in your life and you're not sure about him, but you've got somebody that you're perhaps thinking about a little bit more curious about. It's that man that I want to go to, the person that's in your mind, the one that's up here in your subconscious area. It's your higher self, your higher knowledge. So it's still not gone from that space, but there may well be somebody else around you who is taking up day-to-day conversations, day-to-day matters. So Have you been feeling quite sort of isolated, a little bit lonely, not really on top of the world yourself recently?
Yes.
Yeah, because I have this sense with you that you've really got to be focusing on a new pathway. It's very difficult to do that because sometimes we've lost our mojo. We want to get it back. We want to get into life. We want to be thinking about all those things that perhaps have gone a bit wrong. And I can see you in this dilemma with these, thoughts about somebody that should be a much, much more prominent part of your life and isn't. And then the gap is being filled by somebody else, but it's an emotional gap that I'm going to with you, because I do sense this isolation with you, Amy, a sense of not really finding a happy place for yourself at the moment, not really looking at how you could perhaps say to everybody, to the world, well, actually, I'm quite happy, thanks very much. I don't see that in you. I think that you're feeling quite restricted, perhaps not feeling at all as though you're enjoying life too much. However, good news here, and you do have news coming in, but the good news here is, I'm just going to get the crystal ball so we can see. The good news here is that you will be making some headway. There's decisions that are crossing your path. You've got to take those decisions seriously. This is a honey crystal, so this is all about prosperity. Communication will be very good. And I do have a third person here. It's like we've got man number one, man number two, and then I want to go to him. If I was looking into your palm right now, I would see who that was and where he was going to come into your life. And you may well benefit from perhaps having an email reading from me or something like that. Go to my website anyway, you'll see all the options there. That's gracedestiny.com. But I feel that there's another person here, Amy, another man who is going to be taking you into a particularly new direction. And you've got celebrations around you. There should be a birthday month coming up, March, early April. I see that there as well. Do you have any birthday celebrations around that time? Any member of your family?
A family member, yes.
Sorry?
A family member.
Okay, all right. It seems that that's a turning point, this birthday. It marks a turning point for you and a trigger. So you've got this sort of trigger that's catapulting you into a very successful situation. I feel that you will be very happy this year, but you need to get past the spring. And that's when you'll be overcoming obstacles and difficulties. You will be making some choices, and they're real choices. They're the ones that you need to make as well. And they're emotional ones, but they're for you. They're for nobody else. Don't feel sorry for anybody. Don't take other people's advice too much. Close friends of yours don't, I would do this if I were you. I would do that. No, we don't want any of that. You want to be quite singular in your approach for your own happiness now, and you want to be able to say, do you know what, this is actually what I feel like doing, and then bounce forward. It's like you're on a diving board and you're at the top here and you're going to make this huge dive, but you'll enter that water safely, smoothly, without a splash. So it's a perfect synchronicity for you. It's a long word, isn't it? Synchronicity. Don't know if I can say that again, but anyway, that is there for you. The honey crystal. So you're being given here a prosperous future, but you have to make a decision. You have to dive in, literally. And I think that the prize for you is somebody else, somebody new. So out of this entangled sort of situation, you will find a new pathway that actually allows you that perfect harmony. First of all, though, you will go back to ex-partner And that will be a surprising conversation. You'll learn things about him that you never knew, and perhaps you'll learn something about yourself as well. Do have spirit around you and pushing you forward. It's like you're being blown here. I want to go blow you along the pathway, which is so refreshing for you. It's elevating you, it's making you feel really rather wonderful. So hands entwined, that's what I see. This is a lady who's in spirit, and she's an angel guide as well as a family member who has passed over, perhaps a mother, grandmother. I don't feel it's extended, so it would be that direct line. It's a maternal line. Is it your grandmother that you were close to, Amy?
That's past.
Yeah.
I have a great grandmother and mom.
Okay. They're both there because I've got this sense of mother, grandmother. So if it's a great grandmother, then that is her. They're both there, and I just get this wind. It's like the wind is blowing and you're being blown forward. And this, I feel, is such a change. It's a changing time for you. It's a time of opportunity, but you have got to be prepared to leave things behind just a little bit. You won't waste any of that sort of energy. I think it's all coming to you in the near future. So would you accept a new partner?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that you deserve to have this fresh start and a sense of happiness, real happiness in your life instead of compromise all the time. And I feel that's what you've been doing. It's just sort of one compromise after another, and that's no good. We can't do that. We can't keep doing that. And mother, grandmother, closing my eyes now so I can see them, holding this crystal tightly too. They are with you. I feel that they come into your dreams, they talk to you, and you must have a sense in your bedroom that sometimes it's very cold or you're shivering. Well, they're around you at night time. They come and talk to you then. So do try and make a note of your dreams particularly. And there's a place to go to talk to them as well. A certain place that you walk around, but there's beautiful trees. There's trees near perhaps where their headstone is or where their ashes are, but go somewhere where the trees are. Do you know where I mean? Is there somewhere that you would go to talk to your mother?
Yes.
Okay. Go there. That's what I'm being given here. Go there. Just blurt it out. You cried a lot. Are you still crying a lot? She knows that. Your mother knows that. Did you cry a lot with her?
Yes.
Okay. Amy, don't...
My mama was my anchor.
Your mum was... Sorry, I didn't get that.
My mama was my anchor.
Ah, your anchor, yes. Well, when she passed, she could see the tears. She wanted to stop them. And she's good. She's in a place now where we go to when we're in spirit. So she's there. And I don't feel that this is something that you have to particularly concern yourself with as you're going forward now. She's with you, wants to help you. She does come to see you at night, and she will enter into your dreams as well. So be prepared for that. And also be prepared to fall in love again. That's what I want you to do, is literally fall in love again and have that happiness in your life now, and really make that happiness your mantra. I intend to be as happy as I possibly can be. So, Amy, I think that, now your pathway is very protracted. You've got a great future. Don't believe anything else. And I think that you've got a long future. So if you want to have more information about your life and some more of the detail as well as spirit that have come in for you today, then you can, everybody can, go to my website. It's gracedestiny.com. I'm in London in the UK, but I will do personal email readings to follow up. And you can pay for those, or you can pay for a private virtual reading with me. And that's on any platform that we can share. And that would, I think, just give you some more of that detail and some confidence to push your life forward, to go as far as you can go. But Amy, I think that now you're in a position that life is going to treat you so very much better than perhaps it has done up to now. Don't compromise. That's what you're being told from your mum in spirit, Amy. And find that key to happiness. Listen to your dreams, listen to your mum. And remember, they're pushing you along, your mother and your grandmother. You'll find it. You'll find your turning point. That's in March, early April. So when you get there, you'll be reflecting back on some of the mistakes, and you will say to yourself, I'm going to make some good decisions now. So there we are. I'm going to leave you there. I've been Eleanor Grace. Great to speak to you, and I'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158.
Thank you so much for tuning in to receive intuitive insights, spiritual guidance, and conversations that will open your heart and mind. Hello, beautiful listeners. Welcome to my very first episode. I'm so excited. Can you tell? Welcome Your Woo. This is Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. I'm an intuitive guide, a psychic medium, a spiritual thought leader, and published author here to guide you each week with exploring your spiritual journey. And I'm so glad that you've joined me today. So whether you're here because you are just curious, because lots of us are, or you came to get a dose of inspiration, or perhaps you're simply here to learn more about the mystical world, you're in the right place. So great news for you. This is my purpose and my passion, and I'm truly just so excited to share all of this with you every Wednesday night. So what I'd really like to do right now, though, is just take a moment to just express my gratitude. So this being my first show, I just want to tell everyone tuning in today, all those that gave me the opportunity and everyone that believed in me to be here, that I have just really waited a long time to have a platform where my voice could be shared and I could help support humanity and elevate the frequency and vibration of this planet. So my excitement to be here tonight is just off the chain. Like, I'm just excited, more excited than I've ever been about anything probably in my life. So I just wanted to express my gratitude, but I will just dive right into a couple of things. So let's just talk about, what am I going to be doing here? Why am I doing this show, and what you can expect? So each week we will explore things such as like spiritual hygiene, intuitive guidance, and psychic insights, helping us to tap into our own spiritual gifts. Did you guys know that this is my zone of genius? That helping you discover that you are also psychic? Because newsflash, did you know everyone is psychic? It's true. It's just whether or not you've tapped into it or not. So we'll be diving into all kinds of fascinating conversations with guests who will share their own woo-woo experiences and wisdom. I also will be bringing in some really incredible people to expand us further by bringing more perspectives to the table for us to look and explore. Because listen, I truly believe that we can learn from observing others and seeing multiple perspectives of things. So that truly excites me to bring in some of those other magical people. And I promise you that every show will truly be a magical experience. So now that we've become a little acquainted, let's dive into what I want to talk about today. So before we begin, what I'd like to do is invite you all to just be with me for a moment and take a deep breath. And we're just going to center ourselves. One of the things that I really love to do anytime I'm with an audience is I like to send the planet and humanity love. So if you will join me for just a moment by placing your hands on your heart and closing your eyes, I'm just taking a deep breath in for a moment and imagining that your feet are planted and grounded into the earth. Imagine that they are bare, so you just feel that grass underneath your feet, and just feel your body grounding and anchoring into the planet. And imagine that there's a green emerald light that begins to stream in through the top of your head. This is the light of the heart chakra. And just feel that move through you. And now imagine that there's a magenta light moving through you. This is the high heart chakra. This is for your unconditional love for self and others. So just feel that green and magenta light, feel those lights just moving through you. And now I want you to take that light and project it outwardly to the planet, touching every human, sending them love, helping elevate the vibration and frequency by simply sending the entire world love. And go ahead and take a deep breath in. And when you're ready, just come right back and open your eyes. So that's just something that I really love to do. It never hurts to send love to people. Everyone wants to receive and give love. So I like to just, anytime I come together with a group, just take a moment to do that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what you can expect with this Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane on Wednesday nights. So it truly is an honor to have you with me, to be here for my very first episode. And I do want to take a moment to just dive a little deeper with who I am, what I will be bringing to you each week, and not just as your host. I want you to know also that I am someone who is just like you, who has literally walked the path of awakening, growth, and I've experienced massive transformation. And I'm not someone that just talks the talk. I do walk the walk. I will walk the walk with you. So I teach through my own experiences so that I can be relatable, which helps me to gain your trust because I've been there, truly. So over the past several years, I have honed my intuitive gifts to really support my own journey, and in turn have been able to help others hone theirs too. But beyond that, my true purpose is something that goes far deeper. I truly am here to help humanity remember and embrace its divine essence, to remind you, all of you, that you were born with incredible spiritual gifts, waiting to be acknowledged, nurtured, and celebrated. And more importantly, utilize them in a way that is supportive to your overall human experience for ourselves and the entire collective. So this is very exciting as I get to share all of this with you. Ooh, I'm just going to take a moment to take this in. You guys, this is a lot to take in a little bit. So I'm hosting this show because I do believe it's time for all of us to welcome our woo, to open up to our magic that surrounds us every day, that we get to actually experience and share with others, to have fun with it, to approach it with curiosity and playfulness, to be able to fully trust our intuition, to step into the fullness of who we really are. So as we raise our individual vibration, we collectively raise the vibration of this planet as well. And it becomes a ripple effect, one of love and service and truly unity, where we can all begin to truly thrive. So we are all interconnected. And as we grow spiritually, we do help one another. And and as we help, the world will evolve into something truly extraordinary. That is my hope. That's my dream, my wish for this planet, for all of us to elevate. And I know the way that we get there is through love. And I also know that humans are ready to really fully embrace all that they're capable of. So many of us have so many gifts waiting to be exposed, expanded in, and discovered, that imagine what it would be like if everyone was tapping into their intuition and using it as a way to personally guide them through all decisions they make all the time, throughout their whole life, whether it's at home, with their family, with their jobs, it doesn't matter. Your intuition will not fail you. The only time it fails you is when you don't trust it. So in this space, what I want to do is then offer you tools and insights to help you grow in your spiritual gifts. So I want to empower you that you can trust your inner wisdom. The number one thing when people ask me, Sarah Jane, how did you get here? How did you learn to really trust your gifts? This is always my answer. I had a really great teacher. And when you have a really great teacher and someone that's supporting you and that understands who walked that walk, that's where the magic is really at. It's where you truly can expand in your consciousness and thrive in a world that's deeply in need of the light that each of us carries, because we all carry this light waiting to be shined outwardly so the world can see it. So together, we will explore ways to tap into our higher frequencies, and we will be able to awaken to the truth of who we are and why we're actually here. How does that sound to everybody? I know it's a lot, but I have a lot to say, and I'm super excited to have a platform to be able to do that and share all of the wisdom and all the knowledge and information that I have been able to express outwardly now to everybody else. So I'm super excited. Let's see what I have here. It looks like we have a caller wanting to come in. So I'm going to pause for a moment. And we have a caller coming from, let's see, New York. Porvi is calling in from New York City. Hello, Porvi.
Hi, how are you?
I am fantastic. How are you? Thanks for being my very first caller on the show.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I wasn't able to look at the lineup. I'm not sure what your specialty is, if it's tarot or medium.
That's quite okay. So I'm an intuitive guide and a psychic medium. So if you want to ask any questions, or if there's someone that you want to connect with, I can do mediumship as well. So it's really your decision. I will pull cards, but also just give the intuitive guidance. I don't do tarot. I have oracle decks.
Okay. So I guess I think I just want a general read. I have no idea what's going on. I thought I had a lot of direction, and I'm beyond confused at this point. So
are you?
Is that too general?
Yeah, a little bit. Like, can you just be a little bit more specific overall in your life, or is this perhaps just something happening, like with a relationship or something specific?
It's just that I feel like my life has been stagnant for extreme. I'm just waiting for things to happen, and nothing happens.
Okay,
And
I'm gonna go ahead.
I guess in terms of my family, the one that I grew up with, I don't have my own family. Any insights on people's mindset?
Okay, I pulled some cards for you. So let me just channel and see what the messages that are coming through for you that I have right now. So the first card that I pulled for you is called Pillar. It's called Pillar of Light. And it says, your vibration is rising. You are the oracle. So the message that I'm getting for you right now is that there's going to be people that are going to fall away in your life because they're just not raising their vibration or their frequency with you. So they might be there temporarily. They might be like relationships that are slowly kind of going away. It may be, some of them could be abrupt, but I'm just being told, like, it's okay to release them and let them go. This will create space for you to welcome in new people. Boundaries are super important as well. So being super clear in your boundaries when communicating with your family or your friends and your needs will help support you through some of the relationships that you're not necessarily feeling completely aligned with. The next card that you have is Keepers of the Earth. You are not alone. Ancient ancestors stand by your side. So this is just a reminder that you do have a spirit team here with you, waiting to support you. So at any time, Porvi, that you are feeling like you need additional support, we often forget to ask our guides, or we often forget to ask our teams, or whatever you call that thing bigger than you, God, spirit, creator, universe, source, Franklin, Nancy, I don't care what you call it, the thing that's bigger than you. Call on your guides, call on your team to support you, because they won't violate your free will and they have to have permission in order to support you. So don't forget that you have that spirit team. And also you have a really big spirit team, Porvi. So I feel like you are pretty magical is what I'm being told. And your intuition is really spot on. So trusting that will be super important for you as well. And the last card you have is Get Grounded. Empaths, highly sensitives, connect with nature. And the message for that is just don't forget to ground your energy. That grounding is super important. When we ground, this is when we are able to have clarity and confidence with what is coming through. And that's when we can most trust our intuition, is when we're grounded. So if you're a highly sensitive empath, that's also why it's super important, because you want to make sure that you're not taking on the energy of other people. Okay. And then connecting with nature. So you can go put your feet in the bare ground to release all the negative energy, place your back on a tree to recharge yourself, or turn around and hug the tree. Multiple ways you can do it. And if you can't actually get out of nature, you can always close your eyes and go do it through your imagination, or as I like to call it, in the quantum. So I am not sure if that answers your question fully, because it's a little like not quite direct, but hopefully that's supportive with what you're experiencing.
Mm-hmm. Anything coming up for me at all?
Like, in what sense? Like, the messages that I'm seeing for you right now is being super clear in your filling your cup, giving from your overflow, and making sure that you are grounding into your energy and asking your spirit team for help?
More so like I kind of distanced myself from my family for self-preservation. I don't know if that there's been any, anything from my doing that, any effect.
The message that I'm getting for you around that is if you feel fully aligned in the decision that you made, then you need to trust that and not worry about what anyone else thinks, because we often really get caught up in what we think they're thinking. But oftentimes what we're doing is creating a story we don't actually know. So don't create a story that's going to not serve you for your highest good. Instead, if you can, try to trust the decision that you made and that spirit has your back and that you're on the right track. I'm just hearing you're on the right track. And I pulled another card for you. You got Dance with Life. Do something to change your energy. So you can shift the energy by moving. And really, this is an invitation for your inner child to come out and play and let her have some fun. Don't be so serious. That's the message I'm getting.
Okay. Anything from, I guess, any deceased family members?
Say that one more time. Any family issues?
Any like messages? Anything from deceased family members?
Let's see. You got the Age of Light, which is you've been training for this for lifetimes, meaning that you have psychic abilities that you're able to connect to your team if you want to ask them directly. I'm being told to encourage you to consider doing some automatic writing to actually connect with your past loved ones, and really, like, it's an invitation to begin trusting your intuition.
Okay.
Right. So, Porvi, that's all I have for today. I hope that this was supportive to you. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We are going to welcome our next caller. Hi, Gina. Calling from.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm super excited to have you. How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Good. So what can I do for you today? I am pulling from an oracle deck. So if you have a general message or if there's someone that's passed away, I can do mediumship and connect. What would you like to do today?
Give me some kind of insight of what's going on in my life, please. I got a lot of depression and problems going on right now.
Okay. Let's see what the cards have to say. Did you recently move, or have you been thinking about it?
No, I haven't recently moved.
Have you thought about doing that?
I'm not in a financial situation at the moment to be able to do anything. So that's part of my problem.
Okay, so if money wasn't an option, would you be gone already?
Probably.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I'm being told. I'm going to pull some cards, but what I'm being told to tell you is be clear on your why. Don't worry about the how. Yep, be clear on your why. Be very clear about why you want what you want. Don't worry about the how, and ask Spirit to help support you. Ask your team to come in and bring you all of the solutions to your issues and to help support you in whatever like desires that you have, destinations that you want to get to, places you want to be. But here are the cards that you have. So the first one, which is just perfect, you got the yes card. So that's just a solid yes. If you want to move, Gina, then start even create a vision board or do something that's going to help support you and putting the action in motion to get you in the desired space that you actually want to be in. The next card the next card you have is boundaries. Where do you need to establish better boundaries? So I'm being told to tell you that no is a complete and full answer. You do not owe anyone an explanation. You don't have to explain yourself. It's not even your business what they think. So don't stress out about what they're saying, talking about,
Okay.
right? Also, like you could create an affirmation that every time someone talks bad about you, you receive abundance tenfold or something to that effect. Because I'm hearing there's some naysayers. There's people that have a lot to talk about. Are there people chirping in your ear?
Okay.
Do you have people that are kind of chirping, saying things to you?
Not to me, but
Not to
probably
you.
behind my back, yes.
Yep. So just hand all that back to them and don't worry about that. The next card that you have is the Great Gathering. It's all coming together, intuitive hits and soul tribe. The biggest message in this card for you, Gina, is to call in your soul family, to call in your tribe, call in the people that will support you. They will show up. If you ask Spirit to bring you the people that are here for you to support you on your journey, they will show up, I promise.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
Somewhat.
Do you have another
Do you see
question?
anything? Yes. Any insight on my financial situation?
The message coming through is you have the power to change. You have the power to change that.
Okay.
Sisterhood of the Rose, beauty and devotion, priestess, mystic, and teacher. So who can you call on right now to support you as a mentor that will help you? I'm being told that you have your own intuitive gifts, but like a specific mentor is what you're being called to do, to find someone that will support you and making some decisions, really setting your clear boundaries, making your affirmations, and being clear on your desires so that you can actually manifest them.
Okay.
So seeking out a mentor or teacher is the message.
Okay. Is there anybody coming through that has passed on?
I don't have anyone coming in through specifically right now. Is there someone you want to connect with?
Either my mother or my sisters.
Your mother says she's always with you. She's singing the song Brown Eyed Girl. Let's see what she has to say. She says, I have a new understanding, meaning that she is absolutely, she's definitely one of your guides, and she's definitely around you all the time. She says, just call on me and I will support you. You just have to ask. She says that she's proud of you and not to worry about what anyone else says.
Okay.
And then the last card I have for you, this is from your mom. She says, I wish I had told you more often how much I love you. So do you ever see roses? I feel like she's going to show up as roses.
Okay.
So if you start seeing roses, that's her showing up. So, well,
Okay.
Gina, I really appreciate you joining me today. Thank you for being here.
I really appreciate you. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Same to you. Bye-bye. All right. So here we go, guys. Thank you so much for the callers. Oh my gosh, I'm having so much fun. I hope that you guys are enjoying this as well. So I'm gonna just go ahead and wrap things up for this evening and the show and tell you just a couple things before we head out. So one thing that I like to do is I like to share when spirit be spiriting. So this is one of my favorite things to do, and I'll end each show with this, but sometimes we have these moments where the signs and synchronicities show up, and I call them when spirit be spiriting. So a couple days ago, I kept being really focused on my why. I kept seeing things around my why. I was in a meditation and I saw people's whys coming up all over like a wall. And it was the coolest thing ever. And I kid you not, the very next thing I did when I got a deck of cards out and I pulled a card, I pulled the why card. I pulled the Y card. So I like to call those moments when spirit be spiriting because they're extra validation, definitely synchronistic to let us know that we're on the right track. So if you have a when spirit be spiriting moment that you would like to share on the show, then please send your story to welcomeyourwoo@gmail.com. So you guys, that's a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun nestling in with me this evening, and I hope that you've got just enough to return for more next week, where I'll be diving into how self-care is a catalyst for expanding your intuition and psychic abilities. Oh, I cannot wait to talk to you about this. So until then, if you're looking for more clarity or spiritual guidance, you can book a personal session with me anytime at sarahjandpatton.com. I look forward to serving you and this growing audience. Don't forget to invite your friends. It's a lot more fun when you can explore together, right? And of course, if you want to stay connected, you can follow me on Facebook and Instagram for daily inspiration and updates. You guys, I'm on there all the time. And then, of course, I'll be here every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. So until then, make sure to remember to stay open, trust the journey, and as always, welcome your woo.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Supernatural Living with Danny Voroscope. Live from newworldservices.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Supernatural Living
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, it's Danny Boroskova. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm real happy to be with you again this week and hope everyone's doing well. So, as I was thinking about where we're going to go, what direction we're going to head in this week, I was thinking about building more on that gratitude that we looked into last time. Let me just take a second. So, when people think, well, what is this? What is gratitude, right? How do you step into gratitude when life is busy? That's where we were last week, right? Like, how do we just, hey, hit the gratitude, hit the grateful, life is peachy button here? Well, you know what? It's really not as hard. It's not as hard as we would think. So this week, I'm thinking about what am I grateful for? Well, okay, super cheesy. Here we go. I adopted 2 birds. Seemed like a great plan, right? They're amazing. And as I'm going along with this, I'm thinking, well, maybe I should have consulted someone, I don't know. How hard could this be? But as I've gone through each day, getting to know them, trial and error, getting, I don't know, seeds thrown at me. Guess that's the wrong thing to do. So maybe I'll try this, I'll try that. Anyway, I went out, I said, okay, put them by the windows, let them have some fresh air, and I'm going to go out, run my errands. And I parked my car outside, and as soon as I closed the door, I could hear like the loudest chirping. Kid you not, like, yeah. And I thought to myself, have they been doing that all, like, since I've been gone? And then I realized, no, they're actually looking out the window like, hey, weirdo mom, we're glad you're back. How you doing? And it cracked me up. It was the funniest thing. So I learned something new about my bird kids now. And so I don't know, we take it as it goes, right? And I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm like, well, they like me. That's the first step. So there is my afternoon cheesy story of gratitude with you. And I hope you're all doing well. And I would love to get into some readings. So let's see who we have here today with us. Okay, let's see. So do we have Vinny calling in? Jeannie. Hi, Jeannie.
Yes.
Hi, Jeannie. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Great, thanks. Jeannie?
Yes, hello. I'm sorry. I was just waiting for you to say something.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm here. Jeannie, how can I help you? Do you have a question or something you'd like me to look into for you?
Well, one of two things. If I have any messages from a past loved one, a loved one who has passed, and maybe a look into my love life.
Okay. Give me 1 second to focus, Jeannie. Let's see. Loved ones past. Mhm. Okay, Jeannie. So the first person that I do see coming towards you to be here is an older woman. She looks to me to be the way that she's approaching me. She looks to be maybe in her 50s, and let me see, woman maybe in her 50s, and I am getting a brownish reddish hair. Let me see how this woman would be connected to you. Second, Jeannie. Okay. For some reason, she's giving me the impression of something having to do with Spanish, possibly Spanish speaking. Would you recognize this, Jeannie?
Yes, I do, actually.
You do. Okay. Thank you so much. So I'm going to bring her a little closer. Okay. I do get the feeling that she is when I'm asking her, I'm saying, okay, are you this or that? The first impression is aunt. But I feel like this woman is giving me the impression of being a friend, of being a maternal guide and a friend who would laugh with you. Does this make sense to you, Jeannie?
Maternal guide? I don't think so.
Okay. This woman, the way that this woman is approaching me, regarding her relationship to you, initially I had the impression of an aunt. Let me see. Now we'll just keep moving on through that. Okay, so we have her. She is referring to Spanish speaking, Spanish. Okay. As she's coming through, she would like to bring reference to a young man, and I do get the feeling that she is coming forward to speak about this young man who would be in his teenage years. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Jeannie. Regarding this young man, is he still here in the physical with you, or is he with her?
Yeah. Well, I don't know any teen that has passed. No. So they would still be with me.
So this would be someone. This would be a young man who is here. Thank you for confirming that with me. Okay. Has this teenager grown up since the last time she has seen him?
Oh, teenagers since she's seen him. So the person that I'm thinking of,
we have a couple here.
Oh, okay,
I'm trying to there's a couple saying who's who. Okay. So we're
Yeah, I'm
referring
just
to.
trying to go through people, but yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Okay. So this young man has now grown up. Yes. Is there a connection to two little girls? Is he a father now? That the young man that she's talking about?
Oh no,
No, he's not.
no.
Okay. All right. Let's just see who
Well,
we.
maybe so. Maybe one of the other people that I thought it was one person, but it could be someone else. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see who we're working with here, right? You have a few. Okay. So she's bringing forward in reference to one young man who is in his younger teens. He is thin and he is looking at school options, and he's over here to the side. And then there's another reference to a young teenager that I get the sense that he has now grown, and if so, he is a father, and he would have what appears to be two daughters. So, which of them makes sense to you?
Well, now none because
None.
the one. No, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, none because
Oh no, it's okay.
the one that I was thinking doesn't have any daughters.
doesn't
doesn't have children. Period.
Does not. Okay. All right, Spirit. Well, I'm not sure. So let's come back to her a minute. Was there something that you would like to say to her? Was there something that you would like to ask her?
No, I was hoping that she would give me some information. Maybe is my niece with her?
Okay. Let's see. Now, if you're referring to your niece, would that be connected to the two little girls that I'm seeing?
No.
No. Okay. Well, you know what?
No, she passed recently.
I would love to bring through communication. I don't feel clear. I feel like I have quite a few people here. Give me 1 second to tune in and see what I can bring for you here clearly. I know that she is here. We know that she is here. We know that she is referring to a young man, substantial. Okay, I do that, and this is a man. Okay. I don't believe that I have the best connection with her, and I do apologize for that at the moment. But I do believe that I'm getting many mixed signals here. Let me see. Okay. Jeannie, at this time, I'm going to thank her for stepping forward. As I see her, as she's standing here before me, she has a big smile. She is a beautiful woman. And so on that note, I'm going to thank her, and let's move on to the other questions that you have.
Just my love life.
Love. Okay. Let's move her over. Now that I have closed that out though, Jeannie, could you confirm to me what relation this woman is to you?
I believe she was my aunt.
She was your aunt. Okay. All right, good. Thank you for that. Got it. Okay. And here we go. From there. Okay. Love life. Okay. Let's see. All right. Love life, love life. Okay. You know, the first impression that I'm getting, let me see. Does this involve a current marriage, Jeannie?
Well, no.
No. Okay. Would your would the person of interest, the person that you're interested in, would they have just left a marriage? Are they considering leaving a marriage?
No, that would be me.
That would be you. Okay, thank you. And is the name Tom relevant?
No.
Tom, nothing? Okay. All right, so this
No,
would be
nothing. No.
okay, this would be you. Danny, I do still have I do still have Auntie over here. Gonna keep her over to the side, but I'd like to share my feelings and my feelings from what I can see here. I do feel that in time that I feel like we're okay. I do feel that it is possible to have love in this situation. It feels like whatever is occurring or has occurred, if there is a possibility of not quick like trust or when I'm looking at trust, I'm looking at possibly like trust in maybe behavior, maybe something like that. I'm not focusing on any kind of like an infidelity or something like that. But say trust in a behavior. It feels like words being said. Does this make sense to you, Jeannie?
Not really, no.
No, this doesn't make sense. Okay. I don't have a bad feeling about this, Jeannie. I really wish I could give you a lot more information than I am today, and I apologize for that. But as far as love life, I do get a feeling of a little bit of stagnancy, and I do get an overall feeling of a lot of love behind that. And the impressions that I'm receiving with this is sometimes we would get into little bit of a stale situation. But it only takes 1 second to really just rekindle, to even break out into a laugh, right? Where it just changes the dynamic. And that's the scenario that I do see. I do ultimately see that this is something worth staying in. I do ultimately see that you would be happier staying where you are.
Okay.
Are there any questions that you want to ask me about that? Or does this make
not
sense
about
to you?
that. And it makes sense and it doesn't make sense because I'm already in the divorce process.
Okay. So words, things, feels like you cannot go back. Feels like already said, already done. Here you are. Jeannie, my impressions on this is that it's not too late. You asked. That's my heartfelt impression. And since Auntie had come for you, I would always recommend that taking time to talk to her. Take time to talk to your loved ones, and maybe that will help. Maybe that'll help clear your head. They're always right here listening. So I wish you the best, Jeannie. Thank you so much. And I hope that I've been helpful in some way.
You have. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sending you love, Jeannie. Take care.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, so, all right. On that note, things can messages that come through can seem a bit overwhelming at first, but pretty much always when we take these things with us and we think about them in hindsight, the pieces do tend to click. So good for that. Let's see. So we have Vanessa. Vanessa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Vanessa. Thanks for calling. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How can I help you today?
So, just been going through some stuff right now, and so just want to touch on, I guess, the money side right now, or love. So, yeah.
Okay, Vanessa. See what we can do. Vanessa, have you been offered the opportunity to move, to change your residence, and that would require changing your finances?
I have not been offered to move as of date, no.
Would this be something that you're considering, that you're hoping for?
It would help with my finances. However, you know, you always have to find the money resources to come up with your first month's rent, your damage deposit, moving costs, all that, and I'm not in a position to do that.
Okay. I do feel, Vanessa, that within the next 2 weeks, it seems like middle of the month, maybe first of the month, bills are going out. I do feel that before the first, that you are going to receive information that is going to provide an idea or provide a resource, something that is going to come as a surprise, and it's going to be very simple for you. This is a next step. This is something that you've been thinking about for a while, and this would be the next step to ease these worries. Does this make sense to you, Vanessa? Did you reach out to, maybe you reached out to someone, or maybe you're considering some type of additional help? And I do get the feeling that this is coming into your life, and it is coming in soon. That is my feeling. I do not feel that this is a 3-month, something like that. So with that being said, would that make sense to you?
Yeah, so I have reached out to a pastor at one of my local churches as well. I put forward an application for hard to explain, but to kind of describe, it's basically an application for some Indigenous money.
I do believe that this next step that is coming, this next bit of information that is going to come into you, is going to involve something different. And I do believe that in going that way, that the next opportunity that I see seems like it is something that is going to be someone like a charity in that kind of way. So although this is not the typical first months, last months, rent and everything, this is going to be stress-free. And I do believe that, let's see, we're in New York here. So within the next even month and a half after, I know I'm skipping time here, that I do believe that you'll be at peace. I do see you being comfortable, although this is not the traditional path that you were thinking of. Does that make sense to you?
Meaning the traditional path of, can you give me an example?
Yes, this does feel like this new opportunity is going to get you to a place where you will have a new living arrangement, possibly not in the way that you had thought, but you will have your own home space, and that you will not be worrying about bills because of the work that you have already done. Yes. That's what I see.
My lease is not due until August. So, and I had been thinking about, the possibility of moving, but that all depended on finances for me because I don't have a job right now.
Vanessa, this is a miracle coming true. So on that note, I do have to wrap this up. I do have to let you go. And I send you my love, and keep doing what you're doing, Vanessa. You're inspiring all of us. So good work done. Here it is. Rewards coming in for you. 2 weeks, Vanessa. So keep an eye out on that. And on that note, see you all next week. All right. Be well.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. I am going to start with some of the crazy astrology at the top because we have a pretty intense moon coming up on May 12th. Scorpio full moon really bringing us illumination on the areas that need deep transformation. But leading into that full moon is we have an interesting square between Mercury, which is moving into Taurus on the 11th, squaring Pluto. And Pluto is a bit of a thug this week, frankly, in the next 10 days. And Pluto in Aquarius can question people's logic, can be power challenges, logistics challenges, challenges of logic, challenges of even like trucking, vehicles, cars, airplanes, those ideas. Mercury really going into Taurus around technology and the economy, communications, technologies, the economy, and that could even be digital currencies, digital banking, anything like that could be a bit volatile because, like I said, power struggles. And again, what we saw in Spain and Portugal in terms of like mass power outages, I don't know. I feel like it could pop up again in a weird way. Maybe not in that location, but maybe in other European locations, even parts of the US. And I feel like with this Pluto showdown, it has Venus joining. There's a sextile today, in fact, with Venus and Pluto, and Venus is just buttering Pluto up. Venus is almost like it's that buddy talking you into things you shouldn't be doing. And I feel like Venus is just convincing us or talking people into things they shouldn't be doing. And I feel like Pluto it can be a bit volatile with that square to Mercury, really causing, like I said, technologies, banking systems, financial systems, digital systems, frustrations, logistics, traffic, shipping things. These are all areas that could be kind of volatile over the next 10 days, and that could encounter technological issues. And so just to be mindful of that. And along with Pluto's in Scorpio, which is, Pluto rules Scorpio, one of the rulers, and Pluto being a bit of a thug and a jerk this week and going retrograde, going over old stuff that might have made them mad. Because we're at the very beginning degrees of this retrograde, and over the next few months, going over old degrees of power struggles. So we could see, tariff stuff back and forth. We could see old issues going back and forth. I mean, even in Alberta, which isn't counted as a hot topic, a lot of saber rattling, a lot of fear mongering, a lot of AI generated crap and bots on social media, and it's all this energy that goes under that sort of Pluto, Mercury, Venus energy the next few days, next 10 days. So I mean, I'm going to say be mindful about what you're reading online. You have to really double check everything that kind of comes out. I mean, there could be crazy images like, the president dressed as the Pope and stuff like that. You never know. It could come out. Scorpio full moon is going to be deeply transformational, shedding light on areas that need need to go. And that's that Pluto Mercury energy leading into this full moon on the 12th. And it could be very transformative in terms of sudden endings, sudden beginnings. And so in terms of sexuality, fertility, birth and death, and everything in between, those extremes really could take on, starting that full moon the 12th in the next 2 weeks, but really the next 6 months until we hit Scorpio new moon, we're going to feel that depth of transformation. And that is even, particularly, we could hear news around what's going on in Gaza and Israel as well, because that is that Scorpio energy is very powerful and very transforming there. So again, lots of saber rattling, lots of threats, existential threats, big threats, the destruction, the revolution, the breaking down of old ideas and barriers in a very revolutionary kind of way. And again, technology, and some real challenges around power. So we could see that. We could even see uprisings or things starting to spring up in terms of mass gatherings, mass protests. We're going to see lots of energy or that the next 10 days, 20 days under this thing. So it gets people fired up. People are fired up, and everybody wants to say something. So remember that. Everybody's going to have an opinion. Everybody wants to say something. So be really patient with people. Recognize that it's very fast energy. And that Scorpio full moon, I mean, Winnipeg, where I live, is a Scorpio city, and the Jets is about to go into their second round of the playoffs. And this is going to be, they're going to have to keep from getting hurt. I feel like that is going to be the biggest piece for the Jets, Winnipeg Jets here in Winnipeg, playing Dallas, is that, remember, Pluto's a bit of thug energy, and Pluto rules Scorpio, Winnipeg, Scorpio city, which explains a lot about Winnipeg if you've ever been here. But around the Jets, because they have very much, depending on what start date we talk about, I like to think of them as Gemini energy. And that there is Jupiter going into Gemini. We've got Uranus going into Gemini, which could be really unexpected energy, which could be really big energy. Could be, so the big thing for our hockey team is that they can't get hurt. I guess that's my big message there. And if they can, it's the penalties. It's the penalties that could get us. And I just remember that. Remember that, Jets, for this next round. Okay. And so we are going to look at some of this intensity and how it impacts each of the signs. We're going to look at each, and you can listen to your sun, moon, or rising. That is your divine masculine, is the sun. That is, I think, I see, I think, I speak, I do. If I think of your chakra energy, it's also your social standing, your world outside, your work, your community, your friends. Your divine feminine is much closer. It is, I see, I feel, I desire, in terms of our chakra energy. Of course, all governed by our root. And I like to think of that as our ascendant. It's what puts both of those together and drives it forward. So you can listen to all three signs to get your full message. And so I'm going to start off at the top today with Aries, because man, you've also got the transit Aries. You got the transit of Ceres into your sign. This asteroid is really around promoting your independence, and that this asteroid joining a plethora of planets bumping in your sign this year. By your next birthday, Aries, you got literally 6 celestial bodies all gathering. Couple of asteroids. It's pretty big stuff for Aries, and Aries really governs pioneering, forward thinking, progressive energy, lots of action, fast moving kind of energy. So you guys are going to be really gearing up and really coming into, I don't want to say power, but into motion and to action. And so that's going to be good. And it is a time of your enlargement, of your expanding your universe out, expanding your world out, renewal, starting fresh. And you could have had like the carpet kicked out from under you which would bring that fresh start for sure. Emotions will be strong. Emotions will be really powerful for you. You could be in the graces of others this next 10 days that, you could get rock star parking. You could get people holding the door open for you. You could get a freebies waiting in the coffee line. And that this is a time of healing and really integrating that healing and doing some deep reflection, Aries. You've had a bit of hard-pressed year. And in this, I feel like you're going to start to be able to really integrate some of the healing that you have initiated. Okay, let's keep going. Tauruses, sun, moon, rising, our little Tauruses. And you've got Mercury joining there with that square to Pluto, and then in your house of partnership across from you, you've got that full moon in Scorpio. Ben, you could dump people, you could dump friends, you could dump situations that no longer serve you, and you would have already been showing this the last few years, Tauruses. So I feel like this is the breaking out of the chrysalis for you. You're getting out of the chrysalis if you were a butterfly, and you're going to be sitting and just kind of perched as we get into Taurus season. And we get kind of deep into Taurus season, and with the sun sort of energizing you, I feel like there's new openings, new propositions. I feel like this is a purification for you, and this full moon really is going to bring in this purification in terms of who loves you, who likes you, who hates you, who follows you, who stalks you, who gives you attention. Right, this is going to be some big changes in all of those areas for you guys, and you could have some reverie in this. You could kind of gloat a little bit. You can kind of be loving the attention that seems to be coming in the next 10 days, but the next few weeks, very much so, as it just isn't your birthday season, and that you could have a long-awaited message coming in that you've been waiting a long time to hear from someone, and I feel like, or about something, and that I feel like you could be hearing about it before we head into Gemini season. So even before the third week in May, you can get some really darn good news, surprising news. Mercury is your ruler. But today is probably the hardest day, ironically, in terms of that Mercury energy squaring Pluto. So I just feel like your words carry weight, carry a light stick. They're Gemini, or Taurus, sorry. Gemini, sun, moon, rising, Geminis, that is that Mercury energy really governing, along with Jupiter, along with the planet Uranus. We're going to be headed into your season right now where that sun is in your 12th house, really kind of shining light on your sore spots, your places that you might need to heal, the places you might need to do some work on. You could have some surprising triggers. Like you could find people come out of the blue, situations come out of the blue that are really going to trigger some action on your behalf. And even by your birthday, you're going to be able to maybe start to act on some of this stuff. But right now, you could be guarding your privacy, and that know that if there's any setbacks, they're minor, they're small, they're fluid, they're the finale in a sense before you move forward with your birthday season when the sun joins a plethora of planets to really amplify your reach, amplify your progressive forward, your goals for the next year, what you're shooting for. You're going to be able to really ramp up that energy. So now would be the time to hold back your energy a little bit, just warm up for the season. It would just be the warm up right now is kind of the best way to look at it. And so, and again, protecting your privacy could be a big piece, or your downtime or your personal time there, Gemini. Geminis, okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's get into Cancerian season. Little crabs, you're going to wind up having a pretty powerful new moon coming up. And I feel like this is a nice reset because it's the first new moon not opposed by half the universe that was gathering in Capricorn over the last 7 years. So you really have an opportunity to break free in a big way, which feels pretty exciting, which feels like this movement forward could bring forward some exciting energy for you, like every possibility. Don't get roped in, Cancerians. Don't get nailed down. Don't get tied down. Don't get locked in, because this is a time where you're just finally getting your freedom and your direction and discovering really what all the possibilities are. And this could be in your career, or this could be in committed singledom or committed partnerships. Any area that you've been committed to other people in, I feel like you could have a real plethora of opportunities that will present themselves to you over the next 10 days and even over the next 6 months in a big way. But it's kind of exciting. So this isn't the time. This is the time to look at every possibility, every option, every eventuality. And that you'll be given taste of that certainly over the next little bit. Leo, sun, moon, rising. This Pluto energy, that square is directly across from you with Mercury, and it's directly across from you in Aquarius. And so anything to do with your house of partnership, lovers, romantic partners, ex-partners, current partners, past partners, doesn't matter. I feel like this is a time that, you have to get down to basics, that you have to shed what's not working. You have to pull back your energy from any past restrictions, people who've delayed you, people who've kept you stalled there, Leo. You're going to really, there's a bit of a retrograde with Pluto, so you could find yourself going over old things you thought you agreed to with other people. You could find you have old conversations coming up again that you've sworn you had before. And you could even revisit conversations that you need to revisit, that you've been wanting to revisit, Leo, and that it could come around money, spending, values, expenses, debts, being surprised by debts, being surprised by cash flow, being surprised by money that comes through other people, comes through partners, comes through business partners, romantic partners, family, like people you're committed to, that you can find that Pluto Mercury energy could throw you for a loop a little bit. Not to let, again, it's going to be very temporary energy. This Pluto energy wasn't as strong as it was last year, so we're kind of breathing a little bit better, but still I feel like it could be the final nail in the coffin, the final closing of the door on a situation that has caused you some stress there, Leo. Won't that be nice, huh? Yeah, that's what I think. Anyway, that's how I feel about that Scorpio full moon. Virgo, sun, moon, rising, the residue of things. So people leaving their residue behind, leaving their impressions behind. You could be ruminating, you could be going back over, you could be thinking about the past, missed opportunities, missed chances, missed people, missed loves, remembrance. But I feel like what's coming around for you now is way better. It's way better. What's coming around for you now is more available, more in line with you. You could find your way out of a career direction. You could find your skills really transferable right now, that you could make a shift in terms of what you do for a career, a living, an employer. You can make a shift that has maybe been not so helpful for you over the last 2 years, but really now solidifying for you in your direction. This isn't a time of complacency. I feel like this is going to be a time of methodical details, having to work a bit extra, work harder, be very focused on not dropping the ball in any area. So you're going to be carrying a lot. I feel like you're going to make great first impressions. You're going to make great impressions on people. People could be really liking how you're showing up. You could be showing up and smelling right, looking good, like that. I feel like it's time for you to move forward, Virgo. No more ruminating in the past. And you're going to have this Scorpio full moon reset, and it could be with people, jobs, or situations where you really start to get maybe some of your, you'll see your insecurities, you'll see where things have been insecure, and you'll be able to start building some security around you now. It's exciting stuff there, Virgos. All right, Libra, sun, moon, rising. All this energy going into Aries, especially with Ceres around independence. This could be around your fiscal independence, Libras. This could be around inheritances, money, tax rebates, insurance payouts, little bits of finances that could come in kind of handy. Could help you plan for paying off a little bit of debt, maybe getting that little trip you wanted or the new furniture you wanted. I feel like there's something kind of nice, a little bit of a victory for you there. And that this could be a time where you could be have more opportunities in relationships than you realized. And I feel like you could have been going down one rabbit hole or one path in terms of, oh, this possibility in this relationship or the possibility in that relationship. And, I think you have someone coming back around. I think you have someone coming back around that you've already crossed paths with. And if you're already with them, then you're really able to take a new direction in your relationship, a new attitude, new communication, new skills, new way of looking, a new perspective. And I feel like that could even be someone that you might have been in no contact with. You could have a new perspective on them. And I feel like there's something about that could come together for you in past relationships. Could feel pretty good. Could feel kind of nice showing up for you. All right, Scorpio, man, this is your full moon coming. You're only one this year. And I got to say, really illuminating, and especially with the square Pluto, which is your ruling planet, standing up for yourself, getting a backbone, really, speaking up, saying something. I feel like you could be putting an end to an issue. It could be a vice, an addiction, a habit, a pattern, willfulness, start to finish, start a project, finish project. Because I feel like this summer is going to zip by ya if you don't. Capricorn, sun, moon, rising, Cappies, this is a time of adornment for you. This is a time for new clothes. This is a time for new hair, new facial, new skin, new getting yourself ready for summer. You could have had a lot of worry and anxiety or assumptions and find an uneasiness over the last few months, and that's going to start to ease or dissipate, particularly as we get past Cancerian season. And I just feel like you're really evaluating where you might have found you've wasted time, energy, resources, or money, and really resolving not to do that in future. You could be really maybe living simply and saving money, hoarding your money, but pulling back, really focused on what you need, what's going to advance you, where your finances are, and what's going to move you forward. And so I do really feel like this is going to be a time about not wanting to be bugged with people's demands on you. So it's okay to be a bit selfish there, Capricorns, and really focus on making yourself beautiful, making yourself healthy, making yourself well, fattening up your bank account a little bit. And it might take a bit of effort. It might take some, you might start working out. You could start a savings plan. You could start a regimen, a skin regimen. You could start really doing self-care. So there's some big stuff for you around this, Capricorn, that I do think is going to serve you really well. The next 7 to 10 days for our little Aquarians. And you've got this Pluto energy in your sign being a bit of a jerk to other people. And so you could find yourself frustrated with people. Like you could find yourself not being heard. You could find yourself a bit frustrated. And I feel like don't yell, don't have to be louder. This would be a time to become very focused on your message, focus on the important points of what you want to say, because that Mercury Pluto could really force you to decide how to approach things there, Aquarius, and that your voice matters, your opinion matters. You could be really formulating your belief systems right now. You'd be getting inspired wisdom, insight that really formulate your mind in a different way. So this full moon, it seems to awaken, along with this Pluto Mercury square, that could challenge you in a way that you will rethink how you communicate with people. Pisces, sun, moon, rising. I've left you to the last, so I got 1 minute and I'm going to spend it with you saying, Pisces, this is the time where you have some major planetary movement forward. You could feel a bit drained. You could feel like your energy is running a bit thin. That's okay. Take your vitamins, get your sleep, get your rest. This is going to be a time as we get into Gemini season where I feel like your love life, your friend life, your social life is going to get on fire. And it's going to be kind of hot this summer for you guys in terms of sexuality, fertility, getting to know people, getting to meet people, intimacy, divine passions. Oh, it's kind of exciting energy for you with all this energy going into your second house of how you're being valued. So I'm going to say, boy, Pisces, get your summer health on, your summer body, because you're going to be out there mixing about meeting up a storm with all kinds of people. And so I'm pretty excited for the next 7 to 10 days. This full moon's going to awaken all kinds of different aspects of ourselves. And I look forward to myself. And so join me again next Tuesday for Psychic Tuesday for 30 minutes of astrology. And you can join me Wednesday, May 14th at my art show here in Winnipeg. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'll see you again next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine.
The Hummingbird Media.
Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Infinite Soul Connect
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Shelley Devine from Infinite Soul Connections. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. I hope everybody had an amazing and wonderful Mother's Day. I am going to be taking a caller today, which I'm excited about. And I want to just mention that animal medicine that is here. Usually I say animal energy, but this is animal medicine, and it is the grouse. And the grouse it symbolizes the sacred spiral. It leads us on to reach everlasting heights where we can live as one. And the cool part about that, when I pulled that card, is I had already planned on reading something to you out of my book, Artful Affirmations, and it's about the spiral. So while I wait for my caller, I'm going to read this to you. Connection. Feeling connected is vital to a happy, healthy mind, body, and spirit. I'm talking about connection to the universe, to divine source, Mother Earth, and to spirit. Family, friends, all your pets, all greatly benefit to connect to you and your soul. From true connection comes a strong sense of inner peace, a true happiness, a feeling at one with everyone, and unconditional love for all things. And I am so ready for my caller. Who do I have today? Say that again. I didn't quite hear that. Sorry. Amla, are you here, honey? Oh, hi.
Yes, I am.
Yay. Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Would you like me to pull a card?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you too, honey. I love that name, Amla.
I'm in. Yes. I'm in Connecticut.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
I have a card for you. So I'm going to sit with it.
Yes. Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm looking for a relationship partner, and I've done a lot of work on myself spiritually, physically, mentally, emotionally. I was just wondering what you see for me.
Okay. Okay, so let me see what comes through. I actually, all right, I am seeing this great, big, huge love, this spacious, expanded love that comes from you, but is also around you. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And I do feel, yes, I can feel that you have been working, and I can feel that you're ready for this connection. And like I was saying right before the call, I'm talking about connection today and the spiral of life and how it connects us all. Now look at the card now. Okay, so I pulled this card, and I'm just going to show it to you real quick.
Okay.
All right. And what I see in this card, first of all, the greatness and the big love is, of course, the whale that I see in that. But I don't know if you notice right down at the bottom, there is a man looking up at this big, beautiful whale. It feels like a lot of admiration for not just surface admiration, but like an admiration for how you are and who you are deep down inside.
Yeah.
This person is going to see your expansion and your growth and your huge, I just keep getting the word huge, heart and love.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. Now this person and this card looks very small compared to the whale. That doesn't mean that this person isn't big and expanded as also. It's just a symbol of looking at your amazingness. I don't know. It's the easiest way to explain it. And there are a lot of birds in this card, and the birds to me are saying freedom. So you are going to feel the freedom, even when you are with this amazing soulmate, this amazing person, who admires you and for everything you've done inside. That's important, right? You want somebody who can understand inside who you truly, truly are. And
yes,
there's going to be freedom around it. Like it's not, no confinement, no holding you down, no holding either one of you down.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to grow together. You're going to expand even more together. And there's something with this freedom. There's something with travel.
Okay, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me.
Okay, good.
Do you feel or sense when this might be happening?
Let me see here.
Sure.
Did you say 4? Did I hear you say 4?
I don't. When would this happen? That's what I said.
Just now. I swear I just heard 4, and it sounded like it was your voice. And the funny thing
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, I didn't say anything.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I was looking at the card, and I'm counting like the waves, slashes underneath the whale and where this man is. And it happens to be 1, 2, 3, 4 under there. Let me just confirm. Yeah, somewhere, the number 4 is significant. Okay. So now is it the 4th of something, or is it 4 months, or is it, I'm asking here. I think it's a date. I think it's a date with a 4 in it. I'm sorry, I can't seem to get clearer than that. But it doesn't feel...
so there is the 4th of July. That makes sense to me. So,
Okay. But
who knows? Who knows? But yeah, okay,
months.
I'll go with it. Yes.
So, but just maybe even something so significant with the number 4 with this person. Like you see this guy tomorrow and he's wearing a shirt with a big old 4 on it. I mean, just something. 4 is important. Just remember that.
Okay.
And 444 is a very special angel number. Means the angels are with you and are around you. And that just came into my head. And let me see what else they want me to give to you. You have, I want to say, your heart sings. You have a lot to say, and I'm being told that you need to sing it out in whatever, however you take that.
Yes. Yes.
Sing.
Yeah, I actually have written, you're right. I mean, I've written books and I'm a speaker, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah, okay. So that is your singing out. That is your voice. That is your throat chakra. Another reason why that came to me is because the humpback whale is the singer. And that's what this humpback whale in here is. And that represents the singing and the voice and the speaking in your case. Man, there's such a beautiful light around you. And there's the look and feel that you have on you is peaceful. Like it feels really, really peaceful.
Aw, thank you.
And yeah. I know that you're asking about when am I going to find this? Am I going to find, but you know what? You are so peaceful right now. So I want you to hold on to that. If and when anything changes that might feel a little, hold on to your peacefulness. Okay.
Yes, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
That's a hard thing.
I feel like there's a book out there, Wherever You Go, There You Are.
Yeah.
And that's what I like, the meditation and the spiritual journey that I've been on. It's like, always remember that. It's so beautiful just to remember that it's so powerful, it's simple, but yet it's so necessary.
Absolutely. And we all have songs in us, and we all have songs from our ancestors. And I just mentioned that because it's a very important thing for me. I'm a song keeper as well. And we all have our songs and our stories from our ancestors we may not be aware of, but they're in there.
Yes.
So the guides are telling me to maybe look into that a little. Maybe if you do know stories of your ancestors, start bringing that out. Start
absolutely.
Talking. Right?
Actually, because of the spirituality piece of it, like I channel a lot. So I try to get as much as I can as far as like writing it out or voice recording it. Because there's some very powerful, I don't know, stories or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
And you see yourself in another life, and you see yourself, I mean, in so many different ways, because we've all had so many lives, right? So I believe that I know, because I'm being told that you have seen yourself in other lives. And that's a really good way to connect with your ancestors. Okay? Do the meditation. Say, take me way, way back. I want to meet my ancestors, and just see what comes up. See what you get. Okay.
And all you have to do is call for them and call for, like, if you don't have the answer, like, I think it's that faith piece too. It's not necessarily religious. It's just more like there is a higher power out there, and really just calling out when you're scared, you're in your fear land. Call out on your angels, and I do that more and more because I haven't had a very smooth life. I don't think anyone has, but mine's more treacherous. I'm losing my vision. So it's gradual vision loss, not completely blind yet, but that's been my journey. And so it's, 1 minute I could see the color green, and now my colors are all faded out. So, it's just a matter of going within and being courageous from within and saying, you know what, I might not be able to see in my journey outside, but I see myself.
I love you. You're doing my job right now, because those are all the things that I love to say, and you're very true. They're very true. And thank you so much for calling in and talking with me and letting me read for you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
God bless everybody. I love you all. Check out my infinitesoulreadings.com if you want a personal mediumship or psychic reading or channeling from me. All right? Find me. I'll be there for you. Love you. Bye-bye.
On A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and Lightning TV. I think that's what it is. Correct. This is my second show, so I'm still getting used to everything, but I'm loving it. I'm so excited. We had a lot of views and great response from people, and I love hearing from everyone. So keep that going and ask questions. I have a couple of things that people are already asking me about with superstitions, like curses, family curses, things like that, fun stuff, right? Family curses, is that really fun? But no, it's fun for me because I love researching. So what I want to do is I want to ask you to contact me and go to askbellamaria.com. If you want to go ahead and sign up for a session or just ask a question of something that you want me to talk about, then I'm here for you. I'm actually going to be doing a special just for A1R customers only, and it is actually going to be a Transform Your Life session. So it's actually going to be, thank you so much. I'm being told that I'm great and everything is good. Okay, so we will be talking to Shauna soon. I wanted to share that I have a session. It's a 20-minute session for special at $29.99. And I'm welcoming all A1R psychic customers. This will be a tailored just for you, and I will basically guide you through your journey of life and love fulfillment, and I will be bringing you some clarity. So that's what we will be doing. So could I get that name one more time, please? Thank you. All right, so Shauna from Lexington, is that correct?
Do what?
All right, okay, perfect. So thank you so much for being here. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so can we start off with your birthday? You don't have to tell me your whole birthday. You could just tell me your birthday, first month and date.
April 20th, 1981.
Okay, you can tell me the whole thing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so Shauna, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of put a little protection on us. So God, Jesus, Archangel Michael, love, light, and peace. Message from the light, show truth and clarity to those who seek the truest path. All right, take a deep breath. All right. Okay, so what is your detailed question?
I really just need like clarity of like my situation and, you know, like advice.
Okay, so what is your detailed question? What is it that you need clarity in? Is it love? Is it life? Is it work, career? What would that be?
Yeah, a little bit of all of it for real. I ain't kidding. I'm struggling so bad.
Okay. All right. Well,
life.
Let's start off with work. What do you need to know about work? Are you working right now? Would you like to work? What is it that you are struggling with, so that I can help you and guide you? I can't.
I'm wanting to. My car got vandalized, so I've not been able to work.
Okay. All right. So you want to find something that you're just trying to see if you're going to be able to work and get back to work?
Yeah, so I'm going to be able to get back up on my feet, basically, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm seeing a couple of things. And what I'm looking at, I'm so sorry. What I'm looking at is my pendulum board. I have my pendulum here, and so I would love to have it where I could have you see it, but that's just not working out for me right now. What I would like to do is I'm seeing 2 to 3. So I want to say you're going to have, and when I see 2 to 3, it doesn't mean the second or third month. It means that from now it'll be going into 2.5 months. Where you'll actually start seeing things getting better for you. I'm seeing that you might come in with some money. You might have something either from the, you know what, I don't want to give numbers on, because sometimes legally I just can't. So we were thinking about, so this is the second, so we're going to be going into the 4th or 5th month. So it'll be April, May. So April to May, you'll start seeing that. And that's where you're going to have some sum of money that's going to be coming in, and you'll find yourself being able to kind of recoup from the time that you were dealing with. And, you know, maybe you'll be able to get, you know, back on your feet, getting your car back. But in the meantime, there will be something that you can do from home. And have you considered that?
I've thought about it.
Okay. And so I know there's a lot of things where you're going to have to, you know, pay to start doing that. That's not what I'm talking about. This is like, if you were to look into kind of going in with, I want to say, like insurance. I don't know what you do, but maybe the insurance is coming from the car. And that's why I keep seeing insurance. But for you working from home, you might have an opportunity to be able to work from home, like actually working from home, answering calls, like admin work, where you're not having to pay to work for somebody. Does that make sense? Like you'll get monthly an amount. I feel also that there is another thing that you might have an opportunity that you'll be able to do walking distance. You know, if you needed to, you'd be able to do something walking distance, like at a, and I keep seeing like a store. You know, I know it sounds so vague, but these are things that you kind of need to look at and consider, because you have opportunities. It might not be the best situation for you, right? Like not everybody wants to do certain things, right? But it's just for temporary. And then when you start getting into June, July, you'll start seeing things really blossom and flourish. that point, you're actually going to be able, and I don't know why this just came through, but basket making, like gift baskets, like creating gift baskets and then selling them so that way you can, build and grow. So maybe it's something that you'll be making for someone and then you'll start growing that business.
Okay. I've actually thought about doing that too.
Okay. Yeah. And so that's probably where that's coming from. So try to consider looking into starting a basket, like making baskets and gift baskets. It is the Valentine's month. You could probably start doing little things here and there and see where it leads. Ask for, payment half of the amount. So that way you're not, they're not feeling like you're going to take the money and go. You pay half, right. You start your basket, you make the money, get that and get your supplies, and then get the rest of it once the basket is done. Things like that. There's when there's a will, there's a way. And I'm so sorry that you're struggling right now. Did you want to talk about your love life at all? I feel like he lacks a lot of communication, like the skills of communication is kind of hard, but I think that there's some promising relationship, love life, like love for the two of you. So I think you just need to look into maybe waiting, I'm getting the 6th month. So June would probably be where you're going to start seeing things growing and flourishing, but just be patient and communicate. I know we're going to be cutting short. We're at 30 seconds right now. If you want, take advantage of the special that I have. We can go through a lot more in 20 minutes, and I can help you out. I know you're struggling, but I just reach out and we can kind of finalize some things and get you to a better path. But I really appreciate you being here and asking the questions, and I hope I've given you some, just some comfort that you are going to be okay.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Insights and Healing
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday. I hope you're having an awesome day and an awesome week. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium, an angel channeler, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, a pranic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist. Lots of stuff in there. So I got tons of education, tons of experience to help you guys make whatever transformation you need to make, help you get empowered so that you can live the happiest life that you possibly can here and live the life the universe created you for. We were not created to be miserable. We were created to have joy and to find happiness. So hopefully if you're struggling with that, I can help you a little bit, help you find that. So a couple quick housekeeping things, some upcoming events going on. So every Tuesday I am here at 4:30 on A1R Psychic Radio page, so you can watch here. Also on May 17th, this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Circle of Miracles, I will be teaching my Sacred Angelic Practices, my Angel Energy Healing class. If you have not signed up for that, please check out my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, and you can get more information about that class. On June 7th at 10 a.m., we do a healing circle for those who are local to the Philadelphia area. We gather at the Valley Green Inn in Philadelphia in the Wissahickon Park system, and then we all meet, go for a short walk, and then we heal. It is free to attend this meeting. You can come, you can get a healing, you can give a healing, whatever. If you need to practice your skills, come on out. It's a chance to, mingle with some like-minded people and kind of get a healing, maybe practice some of your healing skills. If you're a healer and you feel like you haven't been doing as much as you should, maybe you feel like you got to dust the cobwebs off, come on out and join us. We've done this 2 months. June 7th will be our third month, and both times the rain was kind of iffy, but the universe knows that this is what needs to happen, so the rain held off enough for us to do our healing circle. I am confident we will be there again on June 7th at 10 a.m. again at Valley Green Inn in Philadelphia. On June 21st, starting at 2:30 in the afternoon, please check out my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, for more information about this. It is a great, fantastic mini retreat. We are doing Angels and Energy, a mini retreat for your soul. You are going to get 3 workshops that day. You are also getting 3 personal 20-minute healings. Plus, you get to chill and relax between some of your sessions and meet some great people. So, all kinds of great stuff. Check out my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, for more information. And we have Judy in St. Louis. How are you today, Judy?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I am great, thank you.
Great, thank you.
How can I help you today?
I have something that's really been bothering me. I have been helping my nephew who's homeless and just taking him to lunch, and I offered to do pay for a gym so he could go somewhere and take a shower every day. But his mom is mad at me for doing this. So I want to have answers. Am I doing the right thing, or should I step back and not help?
Okay, that's a tricky question. So we're going to pull some angel cards if you're all right with that.
And that's perfect. Yeah.
So you are in definitely a tricky situation. I know you love your nephew and you want him to, be able to be successful and to be happy. but you don't want to tick off your sister either. And like that's hard, whether you're an aunt or whether you're a mom or a dad or a cousin. Like that's a hard, sticky situation, knowing when to help and when to offer help and when to just kind of step back and say, you know what, they have to figure this out on their own. So I empathize with you. You are not in an easy predicament, but let's take a look and see what the angels want you to know about this. So
thank you.
The first card that comes up is Fiona, and she's the banging your head against the wall angel. I've nicknamed her. And she comes to us when we're like, oh my God, what are we doing? I can't make this work. And there's a few things coming around. Okay, so be mindful of how much help you're giving him. Because again, it's a very hard balancing act you're walking for anybody to walk, because we want to assist them, but at the same time, we kind of have to sometimes watch them struggle until they can say, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to live like this anymore.
Right, right.
But again,
I agree with that. It's only been once a week I do lunch.
Okay, well, that's good. And you know what? I give you kudos for that. And I will tell you, Athena is coming up saying it's safe for you to be powerful. And I think this is what that relates to. Lunch once a week is great. I think offering him a gym membership is fantastic. And it's probably actually the membership to the gym where he can shower and kind of do some self-care stuff is probably even more helpful, if not as helpful.
Okay.
Because there are different ways that people who are homeless or struggling can get food, but showers can be really hard to come by when you don't have a home.
Correct. That's what I thought. That's what my thinking was.
Yeah. So again, Athena says it's safe for you to be powerful. So I would keep on the gym thing, but at the same time, I would start to kind of maybe, instead of once a week, maybe once every other week, start slowing down what I'm hearing on the feeding part of it.
Okay.
The food related parts. Also, and part of the reason why I say that is because the Carissa card also came up. Carissa comes when we're ending a cycle in your life. So like I said, I think you need to phase out the food. I think the gym membership's an awesome idea. Most of them you can get for $20-$30 a month. It's really, drop in the bucket compared to the ability to be able to get a bath every day. You know what I mean?
Right. I agree with that.
I think you are doing the right thing. You might be driving your sister a little bit crazy, and that's kind of what sisters do. It's okay. The other card that came up for you is Uriel. And Archangel Uriel comes to us when we have these big emotions. And you're definitely, your sister, your nephew, you all are going through it. You definitely have some big emotions. So when you find yourself starting to go down that road where you see the fight coming with your sister, ask Archangel Uriel to help you kind of take a step back and evaluate what is going on. Because for her, what I'm feeling is she's very scared. She's afraid if you enable him too much, he'll never get it.
Right. I agree with that.
And like I said, you are a very hard balancing act here, because how much do you enable? How much do you just offer assistance and hope it's not enabling, But again, the angels say with the gym membership, you're on the right track. Again, weed out some of the food things so that he's responsible for his own nutrition.
Okay.
They are confirming to me, if he looks and if he puts the work in, there are other places he can get food. I mean, it's not going to be as nice as you taking him out to dinner every week, but on some levels, he's got to get a little more rock bottom so he can pull himself out. Does that make any sense?
Yes. Do you ever see him getting straight and getting his life on track? He's addicted to drugs. So do you ever see that he'll get his life back on?
So I see that as being a possibility. However, the track he's on right now, that possibility doesn't even start to become unblurry for another 5 to 7 years.
Wow. Okay.
However, right now he's currently on the track with you feeding him every week. So again, You put that down, it kind of gets him to his rock bottom. It helps him to oh geez, maybe I don't want to live like this. Maybe I do want to figure this thing called life out. And that can be hard. And I'm seeing more and more young people struggle with this nowadays. And when I say young people, I mean like 20 to 30-year-olds. No matter how much we try to prepare them, life is just so much different than when 20 years ago for us,
Right.
So it's kind of hard because we try to help them, we try to prepare them, but then there's this thing in society that tells them, yeah, you might not have to be as hard a worker as you think you do. And that's not usually the case most of the time. So, there's these young people today, I do not envy them because they have to figure out the sage advice from their parents versus the not so sage advice from society,
Right. Oh, totally agree. I just wanted him to know that he's loved. Just, meet up with him once a week so he knows somebody cares about him.
And you could still meet up with him once a week. I mean, if you want to make him a small treat, like I said, like every other week or something, but don't, slowly phase out the meals because that will enable him faster than anything else.
Okay.
Because
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, the situation he's in, again, there's other ways he can get food. The bathing thing's important. He needs that for his physical health. And there's other ways he can get food. There's other ways. And just telling him, I care about you. I'm here. That shows him. He may not be ready to hear it. He may not be ready to feel it yet. But I think within the next couple months, he's going to see it very clearly how much you do care for him.
Okay, good.
And the other thing I see too is his mom loves him. His mom cares for him. It's just there's too much fighting back and forth, and there's too much of her trying to figure out, like we all do, how to be the best mom for my kid, and she's just trying to do her thing. But again, it's just a matter of we kind of have to let him get as close to rock bottom as he can, and hopefully he will pull himself out. If you don't mind, I will keep him, if you tell me his first name, I will keep him on my prayer list.
Oh, awesome. Yes, David. David is his name. Thank you.
You are very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with today, Judy?
No, that kind of put my mind at ease. That's what I needed because I just had to make sure I'm doing the right thing, but yet I don't want to overstep. I don't blame my sister what she's doing. I get it. So I just had to make sure I was on the right track and I wasn't, stepping on anybody's toes or enabling Dave. I don't want to enable him either because I want him to get help. I want him to get better. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Judy, for calling in. We really appreciate it.
You have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye. So again, guys, you can find me at Angels Always Around Us on Facebook. You can find my website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. I'm on Instagram at Angel Margaret P. Lots of great stuff. Check out my Facebook page for all the upcoming events. There's way too many to cover in the last few seconds we got left. And I hope to see you all again soon. Have a great day.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Good Vibration
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, and welcome to my show, Good Vibrations. I'm Lady Phyllis, and I'm a medium. You know, I was thinking about the name Good Vibrations. I talked with my kids about different names. They, of course, didn't relate to good vibrations like I do. But I think about vibrations. Vibrations happen all around us. We're always feeling vibrations. And I think when you become a medium, and I became a medium 3 years ago, I learned how to be a medium. I took courses. I learned about elevating my vibration. So there's a lot of things that you can do to elevate your vibration. One of the things that I learned to do was to align my chakras. So the chakras are an imaginary group of wheels that kind of align with your organs and nerve clusters. And there are 114 wheels or chakras in a body, but we're only going to concern ourselves with the 7 that run down your spine. So before I do a reading, and I didn't even realize that that's how I found that that was what I discovered worked for me. I pace my house a little bit and I just concentrate on all the different colors. And of course, it's the colors of the rainbow. And I think about where that chakra is, and I try to get it to run in tandem so that I concentrate on getting them all to run at the same vibration or the same way. Because if they're wobbly, sometimes you're a little bit off center. That's when you have a little bit of pain or you have fogginess or you feel distracted. So I concentrate on getting them all to run the right way or in tandem with each other. And once I pull that together, I set an intention, and the intention is to bring comfort and healing and peace to somebody. And then I sit down and I contact the person, I open up my Zoom, and I do the reading. So what would happen if every day, if you're inclined that you want to see if you can start to hear, see, or feel things, what would happen if you tried to align your chakras? Picture them, go look it up on YouTube, look up the main chakras where they are, picture them, and then concentrate on aligning them and see if that makes you feel better, if you feel pulled together or focused, and then set an intention. Let's say you're missing your mom. Let's say your mom is on the other side. Set an intention and ask for a sign. Ask to hear your mom. Now, one of the things I learned is that spirit speaks to me through my inner voice. And I didn't realize it until I was told to read a word like this, mediumship. I read the word. And then the teacher told me, say it in your head, read it in your head without saying it, without using your vocal cords. And that's what I did. And when I realized that was my inner voice, I realized it didn't sound like me. It certainly didn't have my accent. It sounded really elegant or whatever, but it wasn't like my voice. And that's when I started listening and realizing that inner voice speaks to me all the time. So I would ask you, listen to your inner voice. And if you're buying a dress and you miss your mom and you wish she was there to kind of tell you look great in that dress, and all of a sudden you hear her say, the color's wrong inside your head, maybe that is your mom giving you a message. And that's exactly what happened to me when I was buying a dress for my son's wedding. I missed my mom and I picked up a dress and I listened for that voice. And sure enough, that voice said, that's not the dress for you. This one is. And you know what? I felt that my mother was there. But I'm ready to take a caller. Lisa in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. That would be great. Let's bring her on. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Is it morning or night there?
It's morning here.
Well, good morning to you. So,
Very early.
Lisa, I wrote a book. Well, I'm getting ready for dinner pretty soon. I wrote a book called 366 Affirmations and Inspirations to Live By. So I would ask you to pick a number 1 to 366. And I use this book in all of my readings. I usually close my readings with this book. I ask the sitter to pick a page and let's see if there's a message to you from someone on the other side. Okay, so do you want to pick a number?
I do. I've got 2 numbers, but they've all got the same letters. It's either 11 or 111.
Okay, well, let's start with 11, which happens to be one of my kids. This is the page, and I've memorized a couple of pages in the book. This is one because one of my kids always picks this number. No matter what time it is, what day it is, she picks this number. And it's my body is beautiful no matter its size or its shape. My body is beautiful no matter its size or its shape. So what I want to ask you is, I feel like there's a female on the other side, and it feels like mom or an aunt. It feels like I feel spirit in certain generational, so it feels like it's in that generation. And she's telling you, when you look in the mirror, don't listen to other people. Don't take on their criticism. You're beautiful the way you are. Stop finding fault. Stop trying to be something you're not. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, yes, it does. Yes.
Yeah. So,
not certain. My mum's still alive. So, but
your mom's still alive. But is there a godmother or an aunt?
I do have aunts on the other side. I wasn't extremely close to them when they were alive, but I do have aunties on the other side. Yes.
Well, it feels when I
never really knew them that well.
But you know what? That's who's coming through. They're in the space of the generation where your mom would be. And you may not have been close with them here, but they sort of do watch over you on the other side. I am picking up an MA name like Mary, Margaret, Megan. So I don't know if that matches anyone in that group, or if you have a Mary, Margaret, Megan living or who's on the other side. Do you?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, no. But there very well could be probably when I hang up.
That usually happens to me 2 in the morning. The other thing I would say is I'm picking up an S name like Sally, Sarah, or it could be an ES name like Estelle, one of those, but it's definitely an S sound. I'm hearing that the heavy S's. So I don't know if there's an S sound on either side.
Because I didn't really know both sides of my parents from their aunt, because their families lived in a different state and I didn't really see them or know them very well. So I can't answer that straight away, but I will be checking.
Yeah, well, you have to ask your siblings, call your mom, ask her. And one of the things that I suggested this last week, I wrote a record on Google Documents. I did a record of the entire family, of everyone I knew. And then I asked all my cousins, I asked my aunts, whoever was still here. I asked them to write a story about everybody that I could name. And we put it in a document for everybody to share. So you may want to do that, because this is what happens sometimes when we do a reading. People don't know their nan's name, or they don't know what their grandfather did for a living. So it's important. The next page, 111, is I'm doing the work that's good for me. So I want to say, now I don't know if grandma's on the other side, but this feels like a generation further back. And she's saying, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. That whatever you're working on for yourself right now, and it could be that you're doing shadow work. It could be that you're doing self-improvement work. It could be that you're examining yourself and thinking about, what direction you're going to go in. Whatever you're doing, they approve. And I do feel, Lisa, that there's been some sort of a change. Like, in other words, that you were doing something one way and there's been a great change, that you're now I don't know if you've moved on, but I feel like you're going in a different direction. Does that make sense to you?
It certainly does, yes. Sort of semi-separating maybe from my partner of 6.5 years, with query of whether or not he has strayed cheated. Perhaps my interpretation of cheating is different to his interpretation of cheating. And some mistreatment after my son passed away for the last few years. I just don't think he's quite capable of being able to offer support, and he just comes through very empty and quiet on, to not there for me in many ways. And I'm not quite sure why, whether he's unable to do that from trauma from his childhood perhaps, or whether or not he's just disconnecting because there could be somebody else or other people.
Well,
so I've done a lot of work around this house, and when you said moving on, I'm packing I have packed some of my things, and they're still packed, but then I'm still putting work into the garden, which is what you were saying with the 111. Keep doing what you're doing. I find that therapeutic, so I'm sort of putting into the place that I'm living in, but then the other half of me is saying, if he's cheated, I'm going to be leaving. Do I keep putting it in here to be therapeutic work, or
okay, Lisa? Yeah. I want to say, Lisa, excuse me. What I want to say is this reinforces that if you've had a punch to your kind of self-confidence, that first page you pick tells you you're perfect the way you are. You don't need to live up to the standards of another person, and it follows by just you're doing the right thing. Before we hang up, I want to ask you if there's a Christopher, because I'm hearing Christopher now. So is there a Christopher around your son?
No, I never knew a Christopher, no.
Okay, well, just keep those names and think about them. I'm sorry for your loss, and thanks for sharing, but keep doing what you're doing. You're on the right track.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. So you see, even something vague, you could fit it in. In other words, you're getting messages. We get messages all the time. And even when she described what was going on, it fit whatever was going on in her life. So I believe that we have messages being dropped all the time. We just have to learn to look for them. So remember to keep your eyes open, your ears open, and watch for the messages. And it could be a relative that you weren't even close with, somebody who came in and out of your life, but just understand that they're watching over you. They're watching over you from the other side. So if you're interested in a reading, contact, head over to my website, www.ladyphyllis.com. I do have a special going on, so look it up on Facebook or on TikTok and get the special, or you can write me at ladyphyllismedium@gmail.com and set up a Zoom call. I also have a Patreon where I bring in experts to talk about all things spiritual. We have a class going on right now for angels and demons, which is interesting. And don't forget, I have a gallery that meets once a month if you want to take a chance in a group and maybe get picked for a reading. I want to thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Stellar Parent
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host. I'm Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm so passionate about helping parents to custom design their parenting approach. Yes, their parenting approach based on their child's natal chart or natal horoscope. If you'd like to learn more about me, or if you'd like to work with me, please visit my website at brandycahn.com. Today, we've got some fun stuff lined up for you. Towards the end of the show, I am going to talk about the weekly transits. But in case we have any new listeners here who are wondering, how in the world do you use astrology with parenting, and why is that so important? That's what I'm going to share with you today. So we're going to begin by talking about something that each and every one of us has been impacted by, and that is parenting. So whether you are currently a parent, or you hope to be a parent one day, or maybe you are just reflecting on how you were raised, parenting is the single most important influence when it comes to child development. And depending upon the influence that we experience from our parents, it could have been challenging, it could have been very nurturing, but it contributed to the individuals that we are today. And that's what makes parenting so important. So I have something interesting to share with you. Studies from Harvard show that 90% of a child's brain development is already complete by the age of 5. And the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, report that positive parenting practices can reduce mental health issues in adulthood by more than 40%, which is astounding. So that means all of the love, all of the attention, all of the patience, and even all of the mistakes that we make as parents, they can ripple forward into adulthood. And yeah, when I say mistakes, people might cringe, but mistakes are a normal part of the process. Nobody's perfect here, and no one expects for you to be the perfect parent. The most important thing that matters is after you make a mistake in your role as parent, how do you then decide to repair the rupture in the fabric of the relationship between you and your child? That's what matters more than anything else. So parenting will build a child's sense of who they are, what they believe they are capable of accomplishing in the world, and whether or not they believe the world is a safe space or a safe place where they can authentically be themselves with no apologies whatsoever. But here's the tricky part, okay? It's tricky because what works for one child may not work for another child. Even among siblings, there's differences when it comes to emotional needs. And many people believe, that children don't come with instruction manuals. We're not born with instruction manuals. But I've got a secret for you. We actually do come with instruction manuals, and a little bit more about this idea. So based on the time that your child was born, the sun was in a particular location in the sky, and so was the moon and all of the other planets, which we will see in the natal chart. And the planetary placements play a huge role in determining the signature of the energetic frequency that your child will carry. And that's what makes astrology such a beautiful and practical tool, because based on the alignment of the planets in your child's natal chart, they will come in with very particular and specific psychological needs that must be met in order for them to grow into healthy and confident adults. Now, please remember, astrology does not label your child. Astrology doesn't label. It only illuminates who they already are at a soul level. Okay? So let me give you an example. Let's say that we have a child who has a Taurus moon, okay? Their moon is in the sign of Taurus. They are going to need consistency, safety, and comfort and stability in order to feel secure. On the other hand, let's say that we have a child who has their moon in the sign of Gemini. That child will need conversation, stimulation, change, and movement in order to thrive. But if we try to raise the Gemini moon child like we're raising the Taurus moon child, or vice versa, we might end up misunderstanding their needs. And that's even with the best of intentions. So astrology helps us to parent the child that we have, and not the child we imagined or the child we were told that we should have. And when we parent with a high level of awareness, we create emotionally resilient children. Now, a recent study found that kids who experienced responsive parenting, meaning parents tuned into their child's unique needs, they had 25% stronger emotional regulation by the age of 7. And that's not just good for childhood. That's the foundation for healthy adulthood. And again, here's the beautiful part. It's not about being perfect. It's about being present and choosing to truly see the individual who's in front of you, the child who's in front of you, and who they were meant to be. So many of you listening, maybe you're a parent, maybe you have more than one child, or let's say that growing up you had siblings, and maybe you notice how different your children's personalities are from each other. Or if you think about you and your siblings, maybe you remember how different you guys were from each other. And astrology explains these differences with incredible clarity. So I'm going to give you a personal experience to really illustrate this point. So I'm the mother of 4. And when I was potty training my oldest son years and years ago, it was a relatively easy process, but the problem was, he would go to the potty, number 1, but he still wanted to use his pull-up for number 2. And looking back and thinking about the situation, I think he just had a lot of anxiety around the whole process. Okay. But I was growing more and more and more frustrated each and every day. So I bought every book imaginable about potty training. I tried every single process that I read about that was suggested to me, and absolutely nothing was working. So one day I noticed that my husband had left one of his medical textbooks on our coffee table, and I had an idea. I picked up the huge reference volume of internal medicine that my husband had used throughout his medical residency, and I went straight to the dermatology section. And that's where I found images on skin disorders and skin diseases. And I called my son over to me because even though he was young, he was pretty sharp, very intelligent, and he caught on quickly. He understood well. So I showed him some of the pictures, and I explained to him that that it was very important that we keep his skin clean. And the way that we were going to keep his skin clean was that, he was going to use the potty instead of his pull-up. So he sat there and he listened to me, and believe it or not, he never had an accident again after that day. So after that, I thought that I was a genius. I thought I was the potty training fairy. And I figured that potty training my other 3 children was going to be an absolute breeze. I had figured out the answer. I had cracked the code. And I was shocked when it didn't work on the other 3. Not even close. And I had absolutely no idea why it worked for one and then not for the other 3. So fast forward about 12 years later, I learned about astrology, and I learned about how to speak to the psychological needs of each of my children individually. And that's when I had the realization that brought everything home. That realization was this. So my oldest child, Amir, his moon is in the sign of Virgo. The moon represents our feelings, our emotions, our level of sensitivity, our intuition, but also what makes us feel safe and nurtured, what we need in order to feel secure. Moon in Virgo. Virgo is the sign of health, cleanliness, hygiene, and order. So Amir had a very deep emotional and a deep psychological need for health, cleanliness, and hygiene. And that's why the medical pictures and images worked so well for him. And when it came to my other 3 children, none of them had their moon in the sign of Virgo. So I was not speaking their language. For example, my daughter, I've got 3 boys and a girl, and my second born is my daughter. Her moon is in the sign of Taurus. Taurus is a very sensual sign. It speaks to the 5 senses. So potty training for her, what I could have done was to do something to really stimulate her senses when she did what she was supposed to do. So maybe I could have given her like a sweet piece of candy or a treat to stimulate her sense of taste. Or I could have given her one of the scratch and sniff stickers, to stimulate her sense of smell. Those would have worked well for her. But not knowing that at the time, I showed her the images in my husband's medical textbook, and it went right over her head, made no impression whatsoever, because I was not speaking her language. So it's extremely important for us to understand as parents and caregivers our child's moon sign, because it tells us exactly what they need in order to feel safe, nurtured, and emotionally secure. I want you to think about it as their built-in emotional language. And by understanding that language, we as parents, caregivers, we can begin to provide what's necessary in order for our children to thrive. So if you really want to know more about who your child is, what their natal chart says about them, I have my signature program. It's called Stellar Parenting Method, the Stellar Parenting Method. And it's a comprehensive 5-week program. So during week 1, we're really focusing on you, the parent. We're learning about who you're meant to be through your natal chart. So you really can't understand anyone else or your child until you first begin to understand yourself. So week 1, we focus on you as the parent. Week 2, we're focusing on your child. We're going through their natal chart, figuring out what their language is. Week 3, we're really focusing on how the 2 of you work together. Where are the rough spots? Where are the moments of beauty going to come in your relationship and the way that you interact? Week 4 is all about what's coming up next for you and your child. And then week 5 is my favorite. So week 5 is a session where we are going through for you, doing a session where we are rewiring any limiting subconscious beliefs that you may be carrying that may impact the type of parent that you are, or prevent you from being the parent that you were meant to be. Okay. So parenting is sacred work. You don't have to go at it all alone. You don't have to struggle. You can use astrology as a compass to learn about not only who you are, but who your child is at a deep level. Okay. So if you're interested in that program, please go to my website, brandycon.com, and there's more information there. Now we're going to jump into our transits for the week. Got some really big things going on this week. So I'm going to go backwards for just a minute. Yesterday, Monday, May 12th, we had a full moon and the sign of Scorpio at 22 degrees. Now, full moons are already really emotionally heightened times. And the fact that yesterday's full moon was in a water sign, remember from earlier what I said a few minutes ago, water is about what? Feelings and emotions. So that made it even more of an emotional full moon. And then the cherry on top was full moon was in the sign of Scorpio. Scorpio is the sign of emotional intensity. So hang on to your seatbelts. You've probably been feeling it. So full moon was yesterday, like I mentioned. But if you have natal planets anywhere near 22 degrees of Scorpio, Taurus, Leo, or Aquarius, you probably started feeling the energy last week, probably around Wednesday or Thursday, and you will likely feel the energy this week through Thursday. Okay. And with this full moon, maybe you've been feeling a range of emotions from grief, frustration, sadness, resentment, jealousy, anger. Could have been feeling all of this and feelings about events that have happened, a long time ago, or let's say maybe a few years ago, could be coming to the surface right now of your awareness. And there may even be secrets or hidden information that you have been made aware of since the full moon. So if this happens for you, you might find yourself really emotionally triggered. I've really been feeling the energy of the full moon. This has been a doozy. So if you're feeling it too for the next couple days, what you can do, full moon's in Scorpio. So what we want to do, we want to shift to the opposite energy from Scorpio, which is going to be Taurus. You shift into the energy of Taurus by becoming aware of your 5 senses, because Taurus is a sensual sign. It's about the 5 senses. I want you to become aware. If you're feeling emotionally triggered, become aware, take note of what you're hearing around you. What are you seeing? What are you feeling in your body? Focusing on these things will bring you out of the emotional realm and back into the physical body and ground you in the present moment. Okay, and then it won't seem so overwhelming. Now, another thing, Uranus, the planet of breakthroughs, shocks, surprises, unexpected events, is also playing around with this full moon. So there could be an aspect of financial surprise also that's at play during this time for you. This full moon is the perfect time to release emotional patterns or beliefs that no longer align with who you are coming. So like I said, this was yesterday. You may still be feeling it up through Thursday this week. So keep this in mind. If you have any planets or angles, or even the North Node or the South Node around 22 degrees of Scorpio, Taurus, Leo, or Aquarius. Also yesterday, Monday, May 12th, this is another transit. You're probably still going to be feeling this for the next few days. We had Mercury, 3 degrees of Taurus, squaring Pluto at 3 degrees of Aquarius. Mercury is the planet of communication. And in this aspect with Pluto, Mercury might make you feel drawn to have deeper conversations about things that resurfaced for you during the full moon. So maybe you want to talk more about relationship betrayal or power dynamics in your relationships. And this is a square. So there could be a lot of tension and challenge with this aspect. Keep in mind also, it's going to be easier for you to express yourself in an extreme way. We've got Pluto here, the planet of extremes, in an extreme way for the next few days. So be careful about what you say, because you can't take hurtful words back once they've been spoken. So be very mindful of that. On Saturday, May 17th, we will have the sun conjunct the planet Uranus at 27 degrees of Taurus. Now, when we're talking about the sun in Taurus, the sun is all about ego, identity, who we're meant to be, and our vitality. Taurus is an earth sign. Taurus is very grounded and rooted in the present moment, in the body and the five senses. So when we have the sun in Taurus, this is all about stability, consistency, and safety. And just backtracking for a moment, a lot of people with strong Taurus placements get, there's this bad rap for Taurus, that they're overly stubborn. And it's not that Taurus is stubborn. Taurus has a psychological need for everything to kind of stay the same and to stay predictable. So therefore, doing something out of the box makes them a little uncomfortable, doesn't make them stubborn. They just have a psychological need to know that everything's going to be consistent and safe and secure. So when we've got the sun in Taurus conjunct Uranus, Uranus comes into the picture. The sun is all about stability and security, and Uranus comes in, that's the planet of breakthroughs and sudden change, and all bets are off. So you're going to want to spice things up or take a new approach to how you show up with this transit. So starting around Thursday this week, I would say you might be feeling it. This is a really, there's the possibility during this time of breakthroughs and awakenings. So give yourself permission to do something different from the way that you've always done it. All of a sudden you feel the need to do something a little differently, to jazz it up a little bit, go for it. Surprising offers may pop up. I want you to trust your gut feelings and be open to detours that seem exciting for you. Clear your space, clear your social feed or your schedule of anything that doesn't quite feel aligned for you. But please remember, this energy is very erratic. All right. And I don't want you to quit your job. I don't want you to suddenly break off your relationship or to make major life decisions just for the sake of freedom. Okay. So remember that with Uranus, there's going to be this electric buzz that you're probably feeling towards the end of the week where you want to break out of the box. You want to do something different. Allow yourself to do that. And then finally, on May 18th, it's a Sunday, we will have Mercury 13 degrees of Taurus, squaring Mars at 13 degrees of Leo. And I'm a little bit anxious about this transit because it will be hitting parts of my natal chart. But, awareness is our superpower. So being aware of the energy, I'll be able to navigate this a little bit easier than if I was unaware. So Mercury is the planet of communication and our thinking processes. And Mars is the planet of action and energy and desire, how we go about things and what motivates us. And when we've got this combination, please listen to this part. It's going to be way too easy to say things impulsively without thinking first. It may be a little too easy to lash out on those around us if we are feeling frustrated and upset. Okay. And this might really show in how we are speaking to others, how we are communicating, how we are thinking, but also and how we are speaking to ourselves. This is a square. So there's going to be tension and difficulty and challenge with that Mars energy of go, 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 let's get it done, and Mercury with how we're thinking and how we are communicating. We might be really prone during this time to making quick decisions because maybe we're feeling impatient. Maybe we're feeling like something's got to get done and there's no time to waste. And this is the part I really want you to remember. Mercury, the planet Mercury, not only rules our communication and our thinking processes, Mercury also rules transportation as well. So it will be very easy, a little bit too easy to be a little bit reckless or careless, not pay attention when we are behind the wheel. And I want you to be aware of that. Awareness is going to be your superpower with this transit. So when you're behind the wheel, there's not going to be any texting. I want both hands on the wheel, and I want you all to pay attention to what's going on in front of you. And I want you to go the speed limit. Okay? Go the speed limit and be careful. This is going to be Sunday, May 18th, but I want you to really start paying attention to this, maybe Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, even Monday, Tuesday of next week. But this will be a wonderful transit if you want to initiate a really direct conversation and to say what needs to be said, because Mercury-Mars aspects really support you standing up for yourself and speaking up for yourself. But use your words to protect and not to punish. Clear and honest communication will really build respect during this time. It's also a great time for persuasive writing, for debate, or passionate speech. But don't waste your energy fighting just to be right. And if you find that you're fighting just to be right, ask yourself, is this about truth or is this about control? Okay, so that wraps up our transits. I want you all to use this energy intentionally this week. And remember, the stars may guide us, but we, each and every one of you, you hold the power to shape your destiny. So do it consciously, and I'll see you back here again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely sensational week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. And look, I know there's lots of weather events going on. We're about to brace again for another deluge of rain overnight. So it's going to be interesting here on the Gold Coast. We haven't had a lot of sun this year, even though we're well into May. It's been the rainy coast, not the Gold Coast. It hasn't been full of sunshine, that's for sure. So this week's Simply Tarot card is a really interesting card because a lot of people sort of look at this card and sort of say, oh, I don't like the look of this. It's the Ace of Swords. Now, look, the Ace of Swords is a fairly ambiguous sort of card in as much as it's one of those cards that you sort of look at it and you say, oh, I don't like the look of that. Well, yes, it can be the double-edged sword. It can be, a famine or a feast. It can also mean that, maybe we're trying to bring things into balance in your life. Sometimes things get a little bit out of balance and, sometimes we sort of go into something with great gusto thinking we're going to have such huge rewards or we're going to go into the feast of, opportunities and things in our lives. And it turns out it wasn't quite that way. It's sort of a little bit of a warning card to sort of say, make sure that you've really dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, and you're really looking at the situation squarely, because sometimes the end result may not be exactly as you want it to be. Not saying it's a total disappointment. I'm just saying that it sometimes may be less than what you were expecting. And in a more positive way, sometimes out of that comes other opportunities that, if we got it all in one go, we might not have had other opportunities that could follow on behind. So don't always look at it as a negative. Look at it as, yes, there is a certain amount of frustration there or reorganisation or revisiting this to make sure that we get the maximum out of it, and don't be disappointed if it doesn't quite pan out the way that you anticipated, because maybe there's something else to be salvaged or something else to follow on from this. So it's not always a negative situation as such. It's sometimes just meaning that we need to readjust our thinking and look at it from a different sort of angle. And I think that's probably a very good message for the world at the moment, that not everything is cut and dried. Not everything is as we expect it to be or wanted it to be. We need to be looking at the bigger picture, that, what comes behind this, what other opportunities may there be. And this is the card for that. So if you find this card in a reading, you'll now know how to explain it to yourself that it's not always such a negative. So we're going to move into the astrology section of the show. It's happy birthday to all the Taurians. We're in the last, week or so of Taurus. So it's always a time when I think that the world sort of not necessarily slows down, but should start to slow down a little bit and take stock of where we are, what we've achieved, what have we done so far in this first, 5 months of the year. Have we achieved everything that we set out to do? Is there still more work to be done? Do we need to sort of readjust or change our goals? The things that we said about at the beginning of the year that we hope to achieve, maybe we need to be sort of changing those or looking at those in a slightly different way. So the Sun is actually conjunct or holding hands Uranus. Now, the Sun is leading the charge here, not Uranus. Now, I've been talking about Uranus in Taurus for a very long time now on the show, because it's been sitting there, stirring things up for a long time. But it's really, really going to affect Taurians this week. So it's Tauruses, Virgos, Capricorns, the opposite sign of Scorpio, are going to be affected by this conjunction or holding hands. It will also wash over the remaining 8 signs, but it won't be anywhere near as intense. But the real intensity is going to come for Tauruses. Now, Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. Now, Uranus works like a bolt of lightning, in my opinion. It sort of strikes the ground and says, okay, right, I'm striking the ground. I'm clearing things away. Now, Uranus has been asking all Taurians particularly for a very long time now to look at your life through a microscope. Look at your life, see what needs changing. What are the indications? What are the things that are around you? What is it telling you? Is it telling you that maybe your life is not on the best course? Is there needs to be changed? Does your health need looking at? Do you need to look for somewhere new to live? Whatever the case may be, Uranus is saying, I've given you more than enough opportunities. Now, if you have been ignoring me or choosing not to sort of take my advice or look at your life, I will create something out of nowhere that may not necessarily be pleasant, but will get you on the right track. Now, sometimes people sort of say to me, oh, well, you know, why did this happen or why did that happen in my life? It's because we're not working with the energy. Now, Uranus has given Tauruses here a very long period of long lead-in to sort of say, get this right. You know, you've had plenty of opportunity to make it right. So now it's sort of its action stations. Uranus has run out of patience. If things aren't right in your life, it will create the opening, good, bad, or indifferent, to make the changes that are required in your life to get you on the right path. It doesn't always have to be negative. It can be a very positive thing too. You could get a job offer out of nowhere that completely changes the course and direction of your life, that brings more money in, more stability, the ability to buy a home, whatever the case may be. So that's how Uranus can work in the positive. On the negative, it can be sort of, you know, you mightn't like your job and you've been saying that for a long time, and then all of a sudden you don't have that job anymore. So Uranus has sort of given you enough warning to go looking for a job. You didn't take the notice, so here, bang, the job's now gone. They're just two examples. You know, Uranus works in a very sudden, deliberate and definite sort of way, and it's not always negative. So we also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Taurus but is not holding hands with the Sun or Uranus. It's sitting independently on its own. And with Mercury in Taurus, this is sort of asking us to be very, very clear, particularly in communication with anything to do with finances. Now, because Taurus, you know, sort of really likes to feel comfortable and likes to guard their money and doesn't like to spend too much of it, can be quite frugal. It's really important when you've got Mercury here, it doesn't matter what your sign is, if you're going to go and talk to somebody about your finances, whether you're going for a loan or whether you're just trying to straighten out your budget or whatever, it's the time to be very clear. Don't sort of hold anything back, even though you think, oh, maybe that's not relevant. You need to be very upfront and put everything on the table if you're applying for a loan or if you're looking for some sort of guidance in sorting out your own personal budgeting skills. The whole picture needs to be sort of discussed and talked about so that then you can get the right advice, you can get the right direction. And if you're going for a home loan and they turn you down, or a loan for a car and they turn you down, it's because they believe truly you don't have enough money in your personal finances to be able to service the loan. It's not that it's yes, it's not pleasant to be turned down, but it's also showing you that, hang on a minute, maybe you need to take more control of your money, get some little debts paid off, so that then you're in a better financial position and come back and see me. And they may not necessarily say that, but that's basically what they're looking at, is that there isn't enough money to stretch comfortably for you to be able to live and still have a purposeful sort of life. Now, look, I've had many, many questions in the last 24 hours about the full moon in Scorpio. Now, the full moon in Scorpio, in my opinion, is the most intense of the full moons that we go through in a 12-month cycle. And this is because of the Scorpio energy. Now, the full moon is about letting go its crystals out under a full moon, things like that. I'm going to say to you that it is more about a personal situation, and you need to be able to sort of look at what is actually going on in your life. So it's about, what do I need to personally let go of? Now, this may be very intense on an emotional level. A lot of people say to me, oh, I can't sleep, you know, it must be a full moon. Yes, it does affect a fair portion of the population, but a lot of times I think it's just that we have so much going on in our heads, and depending on the placement of the full moon, whether or not we get a good night's sleep or not leading up to the full moon and during the full moon. Some people, yes, are very much affected by the moon, but they would find that they have a very strong moon in their natal astrology chart with a lot of aspects going to it. So any sort of movement of the moon that's really intense would start to affect them. So the full moon in Scorpio is asking us to dig deep. It's asking us to dig deep into our emotional situation. What are the things that we have been hanging on to? What do we need to address? What do we need to look at moving forward? What can we let go of? What can we say, well, okay, that's old, that's no longer serving me in any way. I can now set it free. I can cut it loose. I can set it free. For many of us, we hang on to things. We think, oh, I'll just keep that in the back of my mind just in case I need it. Well, how many times do we go back and we need that piece of information or that emotion or that situation? Usually not very often. And this is a perfect time to sort of, do a ritualistic thing if you're one of those people that likes to write things down and burn them or flush them down the loo or bury them in the garden, whatever the case may be, whatever works for you. There's no right or wrong way to let go of things. I personally like to write them down on a piece of paper and have a bonfire, but that's because I'm a fire sign. I really enjoy that sort of, watching it all disappear up into the atmosphere, that sort of, the smoke takes away the negativity or the things that I'm trying to release. But find your way of being able to release things. It doesn't necessarily have to be always negative emotions. It might be time to let go of some really good things in your life too, that sort of, well, they've come to the end of what I need them for. It's time to sort of send them on their way or pass it on to someone else so that someone else can have some good fortune. It doesn't always have to be negative. And the Scorpio energy does get a bad rap because a lot of times it is very intense. It can feel very dark. It can feel very secretive. It can feel like that, they can be very moody and difficult to get to know or difficult to read or difficult to even try and have a serious conversation with about something that might be of a serious nature or an emotional nature. And all those things can be very true. But at the same time, we've got to look to them for the wisdom of being able to keep their cool in a situation that other people might go to pieces in. So there's always good and bad in every situation. Jupiter is currently still sitting in Gemini. It's been there for quite some time now. So Jupiter is still sort of bringing in opportunities, new opportunities, particularly for Geminis, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius, but it is washing over the other signs. So if you're one of those first 4 signs that I mentioned, this is the time to get out and structure stuff. People are taking notice of you. People are looking at you. If you're looking for a new job or the opportunity for advancement in your career, now is the perfect time because the people that matter are really taking notice, are aware of your capabilities and what you're able to bring to the table. So it's a very positive time. So enjoy this energy. For the remaining 8 signs, it's not quite maybe as intense, but it's a time where we can all start to expand our own horizons. If you're looking to sort of take up some extra training or study to improve your job prospects, then now's the time to do it. Now's the time to explore it and start putting the wheels in motion. We have Mars, the planet of action, has been sitting in Leo for a little while now too. So Mars always feels comfortable, I think, in a fire sign. It sort of says, well, let's get going. The energy's there, the momentum's there. It's time for us to sort of really bring about things in a positive sort of way, and that we're able to sort of move forward in a way that we probably couldn't move forward before. So Mars is sitting in Leo. So yes, it's affecting the fire signs, Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. So it's interesting because Mars will be opposing all that Aquarian energy that, Pluto's sort of trying to stir up and trying to transform and make people see the world in a different way. So it's sort of like a little bit of a tug of war going on at the moment, with Mars trying to sort of say, hang on a minute, maybe you're going about some of the things in the wrong sort of direction, with Pluto being in Aquarius. And Pluto and Aquarius are saying, mind your own business. This is my show. I'm here for a long time, not a good time, but I'm here for a long time. And in that time, we're going to have some good times and we're going to have some not so good times. So you get out of my road. So it's an interesting sort of equation because it's sort of 2 quite powerful sort of planets are sort of opposing each other in a tug of war at the moment, trying to see who's going to win. I don't think there necessarily needs to be a winner, sort of way. So I think you've just got to look at things in that sort of way and sort of say, okay, this is what's actually happening. I don't need to get in the middle of this tug of war between Mars and Pluto. I'll just go along for the ride as an observer and see which way things pan out. And that's probably the best way to look at it, no matter what your star sign is. If things are starting to feel uncomfortable, take a step back, look at things and say, okay, look, I'll go and have a coffee, I'll have a 5-minute breather and then come back and look at it. Maybe I'll come back with a slightly different perspective, or sort of it not being quite as intense as what I thought it was, and we can start to sort of unravel whatever the day brings about. So finally, I want to talk about the North Node. the North Node is not a planet. It's something that is known in our charts as what we're aspiring to achieve. Now, I'm going to say to you at the moment, the North Node is conjunct or holding hands, Saturn, the planet of discipline, structure, order in our lives, is currently sitting in Pisces. Now, the Pisces energy, yes, will predominantly affect the water signs, which is Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. But it is really washing over the remaining 8 signs in probably a little bit stronger fashion than what I would normally describe when I say it's washing over the remaining 8 signs. This is showing each and every one of us the way forward. Now, it's asking us to do this in a way with creativity, with new vision, with new eyes, to sort of a fresh approach. Don't get bogged down in our past belief systems. You know, our past belief systems have served us well. Yes, they have, and they've put a good solid foundation underneath us, and that's where the stability comes in. But it's also asking us to look at it through some very creative, new, innovative eyes as well. And the Pisces energy here is not necessarily saying we're all walking around in a fog. I feel it's sharing with us that we've come out of the fog. We're starting to see things, that the world is changing, that we need to be looking at things in a very, very different way. And again, maybe what worked for us and got us to this point is not necessarily showing us the way forward. It's showing us that, yes, that's still important. That's given us a solid foundation from which to springboard from, but we're aspiring to look to new, innovative, different ways of taking our lives forward. So even though the energy here is in Pisces, I think it still correlates back to what I was previously talking about with Mars in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius, sort of saying, sort of a bit like a tug of war, what's got us to this point isn't necessarily old hat, but we need to bring in some innovative new ideas, and we need some fresh ways of looking at things. And we may just see that, you know, there'll be political shifts around the world that people sort of think, you know, some people will be doing the happy dance and other people will be crying and saying, I didn't want that. And somewhere in the middle, there'll be people that will be saying, oh, well, you know, maybe it was time for a change, or maybe we need to do things differently. And out of all of what's going to come out of the turmoil or the chaos of what an election result brought about, that, you know, or overwhelmingly brought about a result that people didn't expect, that somewhere out of all this wash will come a new direction. And maybe this is what needed to happen. We had to give it a really good jolt to sort of say that, okay, this is what needs to happen, that the old ways no longer serve us. We're all looking collectively as a group for something new. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology this week. We're going to talk with Anne now in Toronto, Ontario in Canada. Are you there, Anne?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Anne?
No, I think just a general reading, whatever you're getting is perfect for me.
Okay, fine. I always ask just in case that there's something in particular you wanted answered. The first thing that they're sharing with me, Anne, is the fact that there's a lot of endings and change and transformation going on around you at the moment. Would this be fair to say that this sort of started about the middle of last year? You were slowly starting to sort of bring about the wheels of change in your life and sort of starting to look at what you don't need anymore and what you do need moving forward. And I don't mean this to sound selfish. It was just sort of like, well, okay, I've completed that. I can put that over there, and then I've got room now to bring in other things. And it's like, now I want to sort of say to you, we're almost completed that sort of transformation sort of part of the endings. You know, it's sort of like I've closed the door on things. I've been transforming things. Now it's like I want to fling the doors open and the windows open and say, let the sunshine in. Let's let the new opportunities come in. Is that how you're feeling in your life at the moment, Anne?
Yes, that is spot on.
Wonderful. Because it's saying to me, we don't necessarily need to know exactly what it is that you want to bring in. I want you to sort of literally, like I said, fling the doors and windows open and let the sunshine in, let whatever wants to come towards you. Yes, it's good to have some ideas or some plans or some, you know, things that you're working on, but let's not just limit it to that. Let's just see what else the universe wants to bring forward too. And we can always look at it and say, yeah, maybe, oh no, that's not for me, and we'll put that to one side. But at least if you're given a position of choice, that's wonderful that, you know, you can say yes or no. To have so many things to choose from or so many opportunities is a wonderful position to be in. But that also shows me, Anne, that you've worked really hard and really diligently on yourself, even prior to knowing that you had to release things or say things have come to a completion in your life, that you've been consciously working towards this for a number of years, that, you know, self-improvement, sort of making sure that, you know, you're as best on track as you could possibly be at that precise time in your life. And I mean, most of us went through some sort of huge shift when we all went through COVID a few years ago, and it was sort of like it sat a lot of people on their backside and sort of had to really reorganise or relook at their lives. To me, this just sort of coincided. That would have happened to you anyway, disregarding any pandemic. You were right on cue for really looking at what it was that you needed to bring about change in your life or where you wanted to be. And I think through that, you learnt a lot about people that were in your life, and not all of them could you trust, or not all of them needed to come forward with you on this journey either. And that's a hard thing, because sometimes when we've had people in our lives for a very long time, it's habit forming. You know, oh, we can't let go of them because they've been a friend of mine for 30 years. Well, yes, you can if they no longer serve you or no longer bring something to the connection. And that's hard, isn't it? You know, when you had all those things to go through too, Anne.
Yes, spot on. Very true. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. And so that to me just sort of says on your personal journey, you're precisely where you're meant to be. So there's really nothing I can say to you, well, why don't you do this or try that or whatever, because you're intuitively doing it anyway. And that's really great. Okay. Not many people get to that point in their lives, you know, sort of most people aspire to that and think they get there, but they really don't. But you are. And you're doing it in a way where you're not egotistical or anything. It's just, well, okay, this is what I've got to do next, and you just get up and do it. That's good. It's great.
Correct. That's yes. Yep. And I've been definitely on a journey of learning, you know, spiritual courses or, you know, whatever kind of happens to catch my attention, which I feel, excuse me, has also added growth to myself as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's sort of, I always try and say to people, don't just take something up because it's trendy or it fits in on the Tuesday night that you're free. It's got to have a pull from the heart. It's got to pull you there, because that's then when you get the greatest learning out of it. You know, like I taught tarot and astrology for many, many years. And I used to say to people, don't come to my class unless it really grabs you. You know, that this is what you really want to learn, because otherwise you're taking away from other people that really do want to learn, and you hinder their progress. So you're right on cue, and I'd say congratulations. Keep going. You're doing really well.
Thank you. Very much appreciate that. I just needed the validation, and 100% I got it. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. You're very welcome, Anne. That's where we're going to leave Anne. We're going to talk with Michelle in Lake Osago in Oregon in the USA. Are you there, Michelle?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Michelle?
A year and a half ago, I was rear-ended in a parking lot by a truck, and it did a lot of damage and devastation to my body. And I just hit some roadblocks. I went to a chiropractor that ran up a $7,000 bill, and they failed to get into my health insurance. And I'm wondering if they're going to come back at me to pay that bill. That's my first question. My second question is, I've had a hard time hiring an attorney. I finally have reached one that possibly might take my case, and I wonder how you feel about that. And the third one is, if I go with an attorney.
Yeah, if you go with an attorney, what, sweetie?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, you said if you go, your third question is what?
Oh, my third question is, if I go with an attorney and there's a settlement for future medical treatment, is my insurance going to come at me for a future payout of any medical cost? I'm pretty overwhelmed.
Okay. Yes, I'm sure you are. Look, I'm sorry that you had that sort of accident. Look, first things first, I think you definitely need an attorney. So the one that you've engaged at the moment, or you're looking to engage at the moment, I feel has got the right sort of energy. You need somebody that's compassionate, understanding, listens to what you got to say, but has also got teeth to fight this. Now, as far as your first question about, the chiropractor's bill and all that sort of stuff, look, I think that's something that, your chiropractor was well aware of the fact that you were an accident victim and, things like that. So, I wouldn't necessarily get too stressed out about that. I'd put that in the hands of the attorney to sort that out for you as well, because I do think this is going to be a rather complex situation. And I mean, every country, every area has different rules on how they sort of see things like this. But from what I'm being shown here on a psychic level, I do think that, there will be a payout of this. They never give me a figure, but I think it's going to be something that your medical insurance is going to want their chunk of the pie as well. If they've spent X amount of dollars so far trying to get you well after this accident, they're going to want to be reimbursed for that. So there's going to have to be some sort of arrangement there for, previous bills to be paid. I don't think that your medical insurance is going to continue to pay for your medical stuff henceforward past a settlement, sort of saying, well, okay, you've been given a chunk of money for your suffering and your injuries. They're no longer responsible to pay that. So it's going to be, no matter what you get from the settlement, you're going to have to look at that as going to need to go towards any future medical stuff, as well as your suffering from what you've suffered. I think there is probably more that can be done on a medical level, but sometimes it's not necessarily even finding the right person to be able to address the situation. It's taking away the pressure with the right legal team, and I think you'll be able to sort of move forward now. So, Michelle, unfortunately, that's where we're going to have to leave it because we've come to the end of the show. I hope that sort of helped you. It's always difficult when people are facing things like, Michelle, what's the right thing to do? How do you go about it? There's always different rules and regulations no matter where you live. So it's always best to engage a legal team to sort of give you the best possible advice there. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's probably showing my age again, of one of the most beautiful love songs I think ever written. And Lou Rawls is one of my favourite singers. I have lots of favourite singers, but this particular song, every time I hear this on the radio or it happens to come on my playlist, I sort of think what a beautiful song and a beautiful soul, and somebody that really embodied what we all seek in life, and that's to be loved. We all want to be that someone special in someone's life, and it is really, really important for all of us, I think, at some stage or another in our lives, to feel that we are that number one in someone's life and enjoy it. Don't squander what love is. Love isn't always about hearts and flowers. It's about the day-to-day living and the little things, and being kind and giving your partner a compliment. I think that's really important. You shouldn't let the sun go down on an argument, as they say, but I also think you shouldn't let the sun go down without having said at least one beautiful, nice thing to the special person in your life every day. Let them know how valued they are. It's really important. So this week I want to leave you with one of Lou Rawls' biggest hits, Lady Love. So until next week, bye for now.
Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight in the smack in the middle, a little off to the side of the middle of January, where it is freezing here. Oh man, this is the weather has. Where is that warming we're supposed to be hearing about? I mean, it's snowing in Florida, but it's like 12 degrees here in the city of New York, which is it's pretty cold. That's what that is. I mean, my long johns need long johns. This is just terrible, and I try to stay indoors as much as possible. But having a good old-fashioned New York City landlord, it doesn't matter. I'm still freezing indoors too. The heating laws in this town are very lax, but We once went 2 years without heat or hot water, and we made them pay for that. Oh, brother. You know, the wheels of justice grind exceedingly fine, but slow. But we had fast action with that. So we're here tonight to look into things going on, not in my life or my heating system, but in your life, and see how things are playing out. I put up a daily tarot card at my Twitter feed, and I just to get the feeling of the day, and they've been coming up kind of interesting. You know, I mean, like right after the election, it was a card of triumph. And then the next card after that, the next day, was a card of people being very upset and feeling cheated and lost. And it's weird when half the country is split, you know. But I think people will come together. I think they'll see the insanity of letting current events stand between you and people around you. There's no reason for that. Let's see, what else new do we have here? We're a week away from Chinese New Year. The new moon is next Wednesday. The New Year is always at the new moon, which is one of my favorite times of the month. And in the Hebrew tradition, it's called the Little Day of Atonement, the day before the new moon. Because you see, the interesting thing is the moon right now is fading away. A week from now, it'll be gone. It's just a wisp right now, and that's a form of magic that I like, which is you can look at the moon and